Good morning, Rico. How you doing, buddy? How's it going? Okay, this is what we're gonna do today. All right. Right, that stream started and ended. Very good. Okay. So, yeah, how you doing, buddy? Cheating. I think you'll be fine. Icy goodness. Okay. Hear the ice still rattling around in there. I see. Okay. Well, that could be interesting, maybe. What are you spot welding? Did you make your own spot welder or did you just buy one or? The batteries. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Are you making like a safety jig, or are you just going for it? Yeah, I mean, why not, right? I would do the same thing. Why would you like, unless you're gonna make that your business? Why would you spend like countless monies on a spot welder, right? So how come you making Makita batteries, right? What's the story there? Do you have a lot of Makita tools or? Oh, nice. Oh, I started a project this week and I got some video footage though, so maybe I shouldn't talk about them. He's a Makita man. But like I have had Bosch, I have Ryobi, and I have Makita. And the Makita hardware is just miles better than anything from Ryobi, right? It's just my Makita track saw is so good. I've 3D printed built jigs and everything for it. It's absolutely fantastic. The Ryobi stuff, it kind of feels a bit Fisher Price. The reason I like Ryobi is because of the price and no other reason, right? If I could afford it, I would just buy brushless everything from Makita, but that's not. Yeah, no, it's not financially viable to do. No, so I'm not working. I'll show you this because we haven't really like whoops. Because we haven't like really started the stream yet, right? But I can show you like bits of what I'm like working on. I got like lots and lots of video, right? So this is it, right? I got loads of video, right, of this thing. Where's the start? This is it, right? So someone was giving this unit away and it's beat up like you wouldn't believe. You can't even see in these pictures like how bad this is, right? But you see the top there, right? So all this thing's gonna do is hold like my cement bags and my flour dirt and towel and a few like gardening tools, and it's just gonna stand in the hallway. I definitely could have just left it in this condition and gone for it, right? But I started taking it apart and I made like video and time lapse of all this stuff, right? Of just ripping it apart and things like that. So there'll be whether I post that like public or I just do another unlisted link, we'll see, right? Yeah, Makita is like insanely expensive. There's just, oh, and by the way, I think I might make some concrete stuff for it again, right? Oh no, I'm taking the whole thing apart. But I'm like, I haven't edited the video yet, so there's no. I'm taking the doors off, taking the legs off, taking the top off, and everything. Right? My Makita 18 volts I've used for a decade of work. It's 20 years old, and I've replaced 2 batteries, so still going. Yeah. So they're saying that price does not necessarily equate to quality. But when it comes to Makita, you can be pretty confident in what you're buying. But at the same time, like Scott was saying, also, good morning, Scott. How you doing, buddy? It's for work, right? There's, as like a hobby DIY person who makes zero money building things, there's no reason for me to spend, I don't know how much is a codeless drill from Makita, right? So Makita codeless impact driver is probably the next thing to go, right? Yeah, I don't think that's a real Makita, by the way. Can we just not have no, can we just not have AliExpress, man? It's just let's have a look here then. All right, so that's 138 euros. I've never seen a black Makita, by the way. And maybe VM Babe wasn't that wrong. It kind of does look a little bit greenish. I thought they were a lot bluer than they are, right? But if you're going to have... Oh, look at that. Actually, with battery, might not be that bad. Unless it's like fake stuff. But that's not... This is more what I'm looking for. That is way too cheap for a Makita. I wonder if this is actually a legit one. Do they show where they're sending them from? But the batteries are the expensive one, but that was actually really cheap. Where do you see the sold by? Oh, there we go. Progress matters. Progress matters sounds like some kind of like covert neo-Nazi thing, right? It is good, yes. I have the corded T-top, but I needed codeless for remote work. It's exactly what I needed. Fine. No issues. Item arrived in perfect condition, just as described. I don't know, man. Brooklyn? That's practically China, right? 12. Oh, are these 12-volt ones? Yeah, maybe. Okay, that's a good point. Let's look for look for impact driver 18 volts, right? 12 volts is not enough to do all the damage that we need, right? All right, let's go back here then. Let's find the 18 volts. €138 is still feels kind of cheap though for a Makita, even if it's not even if it's without the battery. The price is right. Okay, let's have a look at the battery cost then, because I think the battery cost is what's gonna do you in, right? Do they have links to... Don't use knockoff batteries. Buy these ones instead, the explosive ones, right? Yeah, they don't want you to buy knockoff batteries because these things are just stupidly expensive. But the battery isn't what's failing these. Is this brushless? It is brushless. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, the batteries are expensive. But I feel like the Makita line is like old consoles, right? They sell the console at a loss and make the money back in games, right? But what is the 18-volt battery cost then? That can't be right. That's 5. Is that amp hours? Compatible with Makita, yeah. Maybe, but that's, yeah, one battery, 1800. All right, what do you got? Accept the longest link ever. I want you to note now, Enrico, that I clicked on a link from you, okay? Is this for 2 of them? Okay, this might not be... this might not be that bad then. Maybe, but that's still 300 euros, right? But how much do we pay for a Ryobi brushless 18-volt impact driver? Okay, now that's not what I'm looking for. This is almost the same. That's almost the same, right? What about Ryobi 8 battery? When did Makita and Ryobi become competitive in price, right? You know what, though? I wonder if someone has made a Ryobi to Makita battery adapter. I wonder if someone's made some ugly thing here. Yeah, of course they have. That is freaking disgusting, but I like it nonetheless. But in reality, I'm thinking like if I were to buy a replacement for my drill and impact driver, these are the two things that are going for me. If I were to buy Makita, I would not be able to buy all Makita batteries though. And have that much money, right? I think, Turbo, that's what enthusiasts do, right? I am a DIYer, not someone who actually knows what they're doing, right? All right, hang on. I get morning sun in here, and it's pretty boiling in here already. Only reason I'm not wearing I'm not cosplaying as damn it, what's his name again? Not Oswald. Desmond? No. It's because I have no clean ones, right? Finished the Python course. Now I'm doing the C course, of reading the text, which is the K&R book. I'm having to watch things a few times. Listen, this is the thing, Scott. You're doing really good, right? You seem to be on a good trajectory with this stuff. Okay. But remember to practice what you're learning and to take it slow, right? I mean, you might be doing this, okay? So I might just be saying nonsense to you, but I think this is not just for you, but I think this is very important when we learn things, that we take the time and we don't rush it. There's like there is this desire to be somewhere, right? I want to be at this point where I know all this stuff and I can build things with it. But that point is really slow to arrive if we don't take the time to practice things, right? Oh, hang on. New software updates. What spyware do you want to install this time? Did you guys see the LG TV thing? The Louis Rossmann video? LG's caring intelligence. Like you couldn't be more disgusting if you tried, right? Hello, Susil. Hi, Tune. But so don't, when it comes to this stuff, Scott, don't just watch it, but also practice, even if it's things you already know, right? And I think this is the fallacy that a lot of people do. Well, I say a lot of people, but I got the impression that over time in my chat, right? When it comes to the Rust books, I'm still learning to type on this with this newfangled thing, right? When it comes to this, I think a lot of people who have programmed before, they will do this. They're like, oh, I've done the installation. Cool, that's done, right? Cool, hello world. Yeah, they will just skim through this stuff. They won't do it there because, of course, you know how hello world works. You understand hello world, right? It's not a biggie, right? And then you go, okay, cool, programming a guessing game. And then they just look through this stuff. And like, yeah, I kind of know what's going on here. I don't have to type this out and just keep going. I think this, at some point, if that's how you approach the teaching material, I think at some point you will find yourself somewhere in this and you'll have no idea what any of this stuff actually means. You won't know how to do anything, but you've read through the whole thing, but you still don't understand anything. And that is because you didn't practice any. So better to go through and do the whole thing, tedious as it is, before you like just jump in at the deep end. I think it's better to just walk through this stuff and internalize it more than anything. One advantage of Python, Scott, is that it's really succinct, right? And not do rustlings. Well, rustlings goes parallel to the book. Whether that's talking more about how you learn than anything, which is why when someone in chat be like, hi, how do I learn Rust? And it's like, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know you. I don't know how you learn. I don't know how you learned the things you know up until this point in life. How can I answer that question, right? It's the blanket answer is read the book, but I feel like that's so obvious that everyone probably goes there first. So I think when someone says, how do I learn Rust? I think two things. One, the book wasn't for you, or two, you don't really want to learn Rust. You want to know Rust, but you don't want to learn Rust, okay? You want to know something, but you don't want to put in the hours, okay? But when it comes to Python, it's such a beautiful language because it's so succinct and so terse, right? That you can do so much with it. Python is kind of like this Lego of programming, right? I remember when I moved to this country, I said to my wife that I want to live near a body of water, right? And there's this website where you can look up properties, and they also show like properties on a map. So, but there's no way to say, show me properties that are within a kilometer of a body of water, right? But with Python, right, you just Python request, you pull down all the listings, you pull down the maps, you find the listing on the map, you find the color of water on the map, and then you know the scale of the map, so you know how many pixels represents a kilometer. And then you just look for blue pixels or watercolored pixels in that area. It was so easy to do this with Python. I think this was, I don't know, like 30, 50 lines of code to do this, right? because Python is so succinct. That and then run it daily. So every day it would just grab properties, show me the ones that I hadn't seen already. So write a history, show me the ones I haven't seen already, and show me only properties next to water, right? That's kind of how Python works, right? Thank you, Yusuf. That's one of the strengths of Python. Like Python is this, it's like this 3D printer of programming, okay? You kind of just, I need something that fits into this hole that has this shape, right? But I don't need it to be resilient. I don't need it to be able to take the shearing force of dropping a house on an edge, right? I don't need it to be maintainable. I don't need it to be around the next 5 days, right? It's like this thing that just solves a problem. So if you have problems that can be solved with programming, Python, these like disposable problems, Python is such a good solution for them, right? Recently, the AUR was compromised, right? You guys probably know about this, and if you are a massive nerd, by the way, then you are probably also so painfully aware of this, and you might have thought that maybe maybe you have installed a dodgy packet. Okay. So what can you do for that, right? Well, you can get a list of packets. I did this, but I did this in Rust instead because I'm a little bit rusty when it comes to Python, all pun intended, right? So I did this in Rust, which was again not a big deal, right? But I just looked at the list, and then if you're looking for instance, let's see, what do we have actually installed here, right? Okay, let's say this ZX thing, right? So we'll go through every package in whatever, right? And then if why am I writing this in fish shell now? Abort. But we just go through all the packages in the list, and then we can simply just do a pacman QS to see if that packet was installed. And if the names are matching, because some of it might be like Bob and some is like libbob, right? No, that one's not going to pick up on that. But what if you have something called C instead, right? So you have to do like a name match. But if you do, you find a packet that you got installed that's dodgy, right? No one has ever said that, Wixer. What the old expression used to be was that there aren't as many viruses on Linux for Linux as there are for Windows, but that's because Windows users were easier to target and a larger audience. So if you are writing a virus, why would you bother writing a virus for Linux unless you have a very specific need, right? So you write it for Windows, which has a larger audience of less well-versed computer users, right? Okay, so yeah. Whether you do Rustix or not, Enrico, that is entirely up to how you learn, right? But these are my thoughts around that. So yes, Scott, find a simple problem to solve in software, in your computer, in the same way that you would solve a problem in MeatSpace with a 3D printer. You solve that with Python, right? So don't try to make anything necessarily large and complicated with Python, because you can, but the purpose of the language is kind of more of a solution to a problem that doesn't need the performance or the stability, right? Like 3D printing a doorstop or something like that, right? That's what Python is like really good for, right? And yeah, I have in other news, I have been no, don't talk about that. Okay, what should we do? Okay, should we get into some programming maybe, right? I think maybe we are, for all intents and purposes, we are up to speed. We're warmed up now, so we're gonna do this thing. Hello, zombie, how you going? I have too many drinks, but let's see if we can get some of this iced coffee going for us as well. Right? It's a little bit weaker because of the ice, but it's perfectly fine. So, right, where did we leave off last week? We left off with this, right? So we looked at this and we looked at the code, and the code is rather well documented. So I don't know if they actually have, if they have this. Yeah, they don't really link to the code, but the code is just there in the page, right? But there's a couple of things that we can take away from this. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to replicate this in our setup, right? So let's go to multipants and let's go to the server and let's see. So we got pretty far with this. I think we got the communication thing working. So that one's all right. Let's see where we left off with this. So we're going to update the player vector based on a bunch of blah, blah. And we are sending out the snapshots. So one thing that we're supposed to include in our outgoing data is the last act input from the player, right? So we need to attach input to this thing. So where do we get our vector? We'll have a vector and U32. That's what we're gonna have, right? Let's go to the client and let's open up our main. Let's find the vector again, and we said U32 there as well. So U32 is going to be the frame number for which we send, right? So we're gonna do. This is literally what I was talking about. Maybe I was just talking about this just before you joined, Yusuf, right? The difference between just reading something and building something is massive. It's a very, very different understanding of it, right? Like imagine that you having a surgeon that's gonna perform an appendectomy on you, right? That means they're gonna remove your apeness, right? Appendectomy, that's it, right? I still have my tail though. So they're gonna do that, but they've only read about surgery. You'd be like, yeah, no, you're not doing it, man. Give me the other guy, man. Get out of here, Michael J. Fox. I want the other guy to do it. It is very, very valuable. You should never use a library if you're interested in understanding something, right? Because you will not learn how something works by using a library. You will solve a problem by using a library, right? I have no interest in knowing how Vulkan, Metal, and Microsoft Direct, whatever, we're at 12 maybe, is working, how they work under it. I have no interest in that, right? So I'm quite happy with WGPU as my abstraction layer, right? As an example, right? We're on the server. That is our vector and our frame, right? That we're going to include with this thing, right? Apparently not. It's a time entry of a vector and a frame. Then right. So we're gonna have the vector. Whoops. Okay, let's do that again. That's a weird thing to write, but we kind of want to get, we need to get the frame as well. So here we're going to panic. That was bad writing again. Panic. Oh man, the pig is so involved in everything now. Act frame. Like that. There you go, right? Yeah, that's woefully depressing as well. The Kinoshin, right? Because it's like it's depressing because your friends don't understand you, and they don't understand that you're interested in the journey, right? It's a little bit like, why Enrico, why do you go for runs? Why don't you just drive around the racetrack instead? Are you stupid? Right? Are you stupid? Why don't you drive, Enrico? Don't be stupid. Running. What a nerd. So I think that's really every time I see that's people's take on it, then I see someone who doesn't care, which is okay. But when they treat me as if I don't care, that makes it sad for me because I'm obviously very interested in what I'm doing, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this over and over and over again, right? So I find it quite depressing when people are like that. Not you specifically, you safe, right? Although it's not, it's kind of correlates to what you were saying, though, right? But no. Yeah, I think that the any question that starts with why don't you just, that question has a lot of origins, right? It could be someone who wants to solve a problem for you, okay, and they mean well. So they'll be like, oh, but why are you going through all this rigmarole when you could just, download and play Balatro instead, right? That's a game someone's already written a game. You can play that. So they could be that they want to solve a problem for you, even though you didn't ask them to solve a problem, right? It could be that they think that you are too stupid to use a search engine. I get this a lot as a streamer. I think a lot of my viewers think that I'm so dumb that I can't use a search engine. And apparently I must have given them the impression that that's the case. Because people keep telling me obvious things that I could find out if I searched for it. 1 second. Hello? What do you mean being too passive aggressive? Fuck you, man. Anyway. All right. Our input TX is not what it's supposed to be, right? So we need to fix that. And that goes into the game new, right? There it is. Okay, so when we have this vector here, we probably should have written a custom type for it instead, right? Those spam cards, they're getting better and better, right? I hope you don't feel like I was talking specifically about you save, but your question led me down to where I have been so many times before, right? I did not take your question as anything bad or anything of the sort, right? But every time I get a chance to protect myself from the mental damage that I get from interacting sometimes with chat, then I'll take the opportunity, right, to enhance my protection a bit. Okay, so it's not the input, but we also need to know what frame we have. Okay, so let's have a frame in here. Oh man, okay, I'm gonna be a pain in the ass today, but because I'm trying to undo bad typing skills that's been developed over decades, right? By moving my fingers up and down as opposed to all over the place, okay? But typing a word like frame, that is FR, right? It's the same finger, and yeah, no, that's always gonna be that. And I gotta hit escape with the pinky a bit better as well. Oh man, this is such a pain. Blah 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 blah. No, I think that comes from the state. Oh, that was bad. There we go. That's fine. It's good. No, but I get that. I get that, right? But I was watching this other streamer, right? I was watching the streamer do something the other day. He was playing a game, and one of the people in the chat said something like, "Why don't you just do this one thing and then you like win the game?" And I realized that the viewer, unbeknownst to them, of course, they're trying to solve the streamer's problem. Okay, and so that kind of comes from a place of kindness, right? But they're also telling the streamer, do this one thing so you no longer have any content to stream. So inadvertently, if the streamer would have listened to them, that person would have been responsible for ending the stream some hours in advance. But why are they watching the stream then? I, just like you, like to solve problems. I'm sure you like to solve problems. Otherwise, you wouldn't go into programming in the first place, right? Problem solving is interesting. Okay, so now we're sending the frame. All right, let's go here and fix this. What if we run this now? Oh, that's so gross to type like that. Typing C with this finger with this finger here, it is very not what I am used to doing, right? I don't know why I'm trying to do a release build. Okay, that panic. Where's my mouse? There it is, right? No other reason, Emin. No other reason. Main 42. All right, yeah. Like, what? What? I just wrote this. I made this happen on purpose. That happens, Kinashin, right? That happens, and also, people don't know what your intentions are or what your goal is, right? And sometimes we have to remember that people don't always understand social interactions well either, right? Some people kind of need they don't interpret the world the same way as I do. So if I say, okay, this is the stream you all been waiting for, we're gonna do the most dangerous Vim trick known to man. And then someone will go, but Vim tricks aren't inherently dangerous, and I completely missed the ridiculousness of what I was saying as a joke or whatever it was that I was gonna do. Is just gone completely amiss because they don't speak the same social interact. They don't have the same like social understanding or understanding of social cues and the likes, right? Like the rest of us, right? I live with someone. She's not autistic, but she definitely needs help sometimes. We speak different languages though, right? So we speak English at home, but that's not her native language. And my native language is so it's a little bit of a predicament, right? But I use a lot of tone and assumed. As an example, right? We were talking about something the other day, and so we had a topic. The topic is the context, and I'm saying something that isn't apparently immediately understandable, but if you were to draw a map with something that has to do with our sofa and something that has to do with our holiday, then, but the thing that I was saying was here. So it's a lot closer to this topic than to this topic. But my wife doesn't quite get those distances in the conversation. So it was difficult for her to understand what I was talking about. But I'm used to this now, of course, right? Let's learn blueprints and actors will eventually be phased out. And really? Wait, is this true, Wixer? Do you have a source for this? Do you have a link to it? So it also depends a lot on what kind of day I have as well, Kinashin, right? On a good day, I understand that other people are humans with just as many flaws as I have, maybe more, maybe less. And generally, humans that we interact with on a daily basis mean well. Like the strangers you meet on the street and all this, they do. All people, almost all people mean well. They just don't know how to express it. But I do get fatigued from this, right? I can absolutely feel like what's the point in doing anything when all things people do is this thing already exists, this guy did it better, what about this solution that I wrote for you, what about it's all the, you kind of feel like you're a baby that can't do anything and you just shat your pants and you're sitting there waiting for everyone else to solve the problem for you. So you're having a terrible time sitting in your own shit waiting for other people. That's a little bit what it's like, right? Okay, let's open this up. The reason this is relevant is because a friend of mine is digging into Unreal Engine. He wants to pivot into game dev, and I think that he's using blueprints. So let's have a look at this, right? If you're watching the Rocket League Championship Series a few weeks ago, you might have noticed a familiar logo with a 6 on it. Was there 2 more 6s in there? Is the beast coming or not, right? We wanted to provide a first glimpse of Unreal Engine 6 before we shared our engine development plans with fellow developers at Unreal Fest Chicago. UE4 opened the engine up to everyone. 5 reinvented how we build worlds. 6 is about evolving how we ship and operate them. So it's like 4 opened up the engine to everyone. 5 reinvented how we build worlds. 6 takes all of that away. So you have to go and learn C++ now, right? There's a chance, Wixer. There's a chance that why is this paused? Resume. Oh shit. No. Why is the Wi-Fi not working? Oh. Joder, puta teléfono. Vale. Okay. Continue. Man, this thing is downloading updates on my mobile data. What a ding dong, right? But okay. So this could very well be the precipice that we're on as well, Wixer, right? Either like the AI bubble will pop and you know, everyone who invests in Blueprint, everyone who invests in like Claude, right? It's just sad for them. Or it's the other way around, like where we're just now obsolete dinosaurs, right? I am joking, of course. I talked about this way too much, but that's a joke, right? Our approach with UE6 is shaping up quite different from how we developed 4 and 5. Over the next 2 years, we'll be unifying the 2 major streams of Unreal Engine development, 5 and editor for Fortnite, into a single product. Wait, what? They're unifying Unreal Engine 5 and Unreal Editor for Fortnite into a single product, Engine 6, Unreal Engine 6. I don't know what Unreal Editor for Fortnite is, but this, as someone who's like very far away from this stuff, this to me looks like a fever dream, right? But I don't know anything about it, all right? A single unified engine for next generation of gaming. It will keep doing the things you want and Unreal Engine to do, unless it's blueprints, apparently. Rendering will keep getting better. Cook times will come down. Iteration loop will get tighter. Mobile is increasingly capable. But 6 exists distinctly from an incremental EU5 development path because 3 things about game development need to change at the same time. We're moving the gameplay programming model to Verse, which transactionalized C++ for increased accessibility of development, and so that we can build persistent large-scale live experience with thousands of contributors. Okay, I am reading something different here, right? Hello, Prevan, how you doing? Release a new version of our AI. It's the best AI for every purpose, and we're also very responsible. Give us more money now. Here are some charts showing this AI exactly the same as the previous one, except we reduced the benchmark by epsilon. I'm gonna come to your house soon, Prevan. In a couple of days, I'm gonna come to your house. And then I'm gonna knock on your door, and I'm gonna ask you how you're doing, and then I'm gonna shake my fist at you. All right. Again, not good. Do you guys want me to film when I knock on Priva's door because he doesn't think I'm serious? I'm not gonna tell you what day either, right? So every day from now on and for the rest of the summer, you're gonna wonder every time there's a knock on the door, right? Restart now. Okay. All right. So we're moving the gameplay programming model to Verse. So Verse is their language, right? Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing, though, Wixer. I'll give you my unsolicited prediction here. We're moving the gameplay programming model to Verse, which transactionalized C++ for increased accessibility of development, so we can build persistent, large-scale live experience with thousands of contributors. Translation: We're going into this so we can train AI on it, right? We're gonna train AI on this stuff, and okay, let's disconnect some stuff here. Gotta hate phones. Yeah, so we're enabling content code and economies to become portable and interoperable across games, ecosystem, and engine through open standard to enable developer collaboration on much greater scales than ever before. Yeah, we're opening the door for Claude, right? We're building development pipelines, features such as an MCP. There you go. I called it. Oh my god, right? As creativity and productivity multipliers, the language that they use is so contradictory, right? It's so contradictory, right? So there might be people who are like not programmers who want to make games, right? They have the games ideas, right? But what you're seeing is probably more an influx of gems and booster games for mobile. Maybe the mobile gaming landscape can become such a dumpster fire that we can go back to Doodle Jump, Faster Than Light, Dungeon Hunter, Terraria, actual good games on mobile, or, you know, entertaining games on mobile. I thought, what was the one with the pigs, right? That one was fun. And Move the Box. That was good too. Angry Birds. That's the one, right? It's a massive red flag. Second bullet point is a lot of words meaning almost nothing. Yeah, but that's the general idea of these things, right? So we will say something, we will present something to you as if it's good, but in reality, this like all these like lately, product announcement from companies feels very much like David Brent when he gets a promotion and everyone else gets fired, and he's really happy and wants to celebrate his promotion in front of people who got fired, right? Like that's what this is, right? Like you're getting snookered, but look at all this cool stuff we're getting, right? Okay, but so far, Wixer, I have not seen that blueprints are getting retired, right? New gameplay framework known collectively as Scene Graph, built from scratch on Verse. Verse is the foundation for the future programming model. It's a next-generation programming language purpose-built to power massive, persistent game worlds at scale, where global state just works. I mean, like, this is... We had OpenGL in the 90s, and OpenGL is like this massive freaking horse sitting on top of global state. And I think most people who dealt with it at some point kind of gone like, oh, it's global state again that's doing it. Global state. There's a reason why people started saying like global state is bad. Not even give you a reason why it's bad. They just go, oh, global state is bad. It kind of became ingrained in our programming DNA, right? Don't use don't use global state. Like we don't get to hear about the reasoning why you shouldn't do this anymore, right? If you want to know why, you can read countless articles on it, right? But we don't get to see that anymore. Instead, we just be like, all right, there we go. But they go like, where global state just work. But Rust also did this a little bit, right? Because Rust kind of went like, oh, safely share memory between threads, right? Which is why we have the Arc Mutex combo kind of thing, right? Which is a thing that is generally frowned upon, right? Sharing memory between two threads is basically just an accident waiting to happen, right? A bug that is really hard to replicate because it only happens once in the blue moon. You know, if you align your lawn correctly, then the bug will happen. You have to sacrifice a chicken before you can see it, right? But Rust kind of like, no, look, global shared memory, not global, shared memory is perfectly fine, right? Then it is. So it kind of goes against the grain a little bit, right? Why start with the bad news, right? Okay. Transactionally correct concurrency is handled by the runtime. So global state just works. There has to be some primitives around this. I'm guessing that they probably will either Verse is garbage collected in some fashion, or they are tracing the global state usage. You have like something, maybe you make the distinction between TLS or actual global state, which is probably wrapped in some kind of thread safe mechanism by default, so you probably have to use some special accessors to get it. I don't know. High-level gameplay framework that give you true foundation for creating games and experiences easily and sharing the interoperability components between games. Virtuals are from functional, logic, and imperative languages, so all of them, okay? And should feel immediately familiar to anyone who's worked with languages like Python or C#. These are two quite different languages, though, but all right. It also has some unique features aimed at solving the complexity and scaling problems of modern game devs, starting with its unique software transactional memory model. Okay. I think this is probably an interesting, if you're a language nerd, right? This is probably a rather interesting read how this works, how this was set up, right? All functions in Verse run as part of atomic transactions, which can be rolled back and re-simulated when needed. Interesting. These transactional semantics also extend to any C++ code that is called from Verse. For now, to make all this work, it runs on a single thread and calls C++ code via built via custom LLVM compiler that automatically. That's insane. All right, so if I stop here, if I don't read anymore and I just look at this, then what I'm seeing here is insane. All right. Because CPUs aren't getting faster and faster and faster like they did in the old days, right? You would double the CPU performance every n year, Moore's law, blah, right? But we stopped doing that a long time ago. Now we're scaling out on cores instead, right? You got 4, I got 8, and Kevin over there with a Threadripper got more than he needs, right? So the idea of languages like Rust and the likes is really attractive because we have safe multi-threading, right? Which is fantastic. But here they're saying that we're going back to single-threaded, right? Probably isn't the... No, I have some dropped frames, Enrico. So there has been a few hundred dropped frames, right? So it probably was a glitch, right? How is the stream going? Is it better now? Yeah. Yeah, there was something happening there with the frame loss. I should probably see about getting that sorted, right? Yeah, so okay, so just talking about this, right? Single-threaded code is like it's just the... Yes, it makes your life really easy because, like I said, about the global state, you have to have some kind of mutex or shared whatever, right? But if it's single-threaded, then you can just use TLS, right? There is no competition for the locks because nothing else can use it. However, there probably is more to it than that, right? So a custom LLVM compiler that automatically transactionalizes the C++ code. In principle, we can extend this method to automatically run transactions concurrently on different threads. What? I'm more into... Okay, I don't know. This kind of sounds like they're going back to single-threaded game programming, right? The more interesting thing this enables for large live worlds is that with UE6, we're working to build full distributed software transactional memory system. We intend to take the existing single-threaded style verse game code, then distribute it across multiple servers automatically. When an object is needed on one server in the cluster, the verse runtime rolls back the current transaction. Okay, this seems like it's very geared towards MMOs, right? Or large-scale multiplayer, which is the same as an MMO, I guess. No, so single-threaded makes your life really easy, Enrico, because single-threaded is very linear, right? Your program execution starts here and it ends here, right? And then you would just call your functions on the way down. Whereas with multi-thread, it can start here, it might end up here, and it can go over here, do something, and then go over here and do something, or it can go over here and do something, and then these two can converge over here and do something, and then you can have many threads that goes over here, and now we don't know which one of these is supposed to end, so all of a sudden we have a bunch of join handles over here, and then from here, we need to make memory accessible over here, but that also needs to be accessible over here and over here. So now we need to make all these share memory up here, and we need this memory to be safe to use. So this thread locks the memory. Now these two sit around and wait for the memory to be released, and all of a sudden you have a big unhappy brain on your hands, right? Single-threaded makes things really easy, right? Your program just executes the way it was written. There is no desynchronization. There's no thread that may or may not finish before another call, right? You don't have any synchronization problems or anything like that, right? Hello, Karatai. You caught me. I've eaten breakfast, Karatai, right? You're safe for now. Okay. Rolls back the current transaction, migrates the object to appropriate server, then reruns the transaction with the objects now present. What this reads like to me is that small indie games are no longer meaningful, right? Not because you can't write them, but because this sounds like a massive AWS bill in disguise, right? You're supposed to scale things out and run things across multiple servers, and you look at small games like Celeste. Why? I mean, you probably wouldn't. Well, whether you would or wouldn't write Celeste using Unreal Engine is not really relevant, right? If you are working with Unreal Engine, that's your bread and butter, right? You're working with Unreal Engine. So when you have a game idea, you will reach for Unreal Engine, right? That's how it works, right? Their notion that use the right tool for the right job is excluding the human, right? If you're a massive Python nerd, you got a problem, you solve it with Python, right? If you are a game developer who spent the better part of your game dev life in Unity, you want to make a game, you're going to go to Unity and you're going to see, how do I implement this game in Unity? Rather than, here's a plethora of game engines, which one of these seem to cater to my needs the most, right? Because one, you know on Unity inside out, and two, you don't want to evaluate all these game engines, right? You're not interested in that. You want to get on with your game idea, right? So being anchored in reality, this seems like it's going to not be as interesting for a lot of small indie games, right? But I might be reading in way too much of what's actually written here. I might be reading a bunch of nonsense between the lines. So do not take my word for it. I have no freaking idea what I'm talking about. The magic is that your game code can be written as if it's running on a single machine without needing to coordinate custom networking code all over the place. That's what we're doing for fun, right? Yeah, it's they are merging it with some kind of Fortnite editor, which I have no idea what it is, right? Many servers can be spun up to distribute the network automatically. On our early prototype work is promising and has shown that we can both write single server code and get performance scaling out of distributing their work transparently. But who's paying for these servers, right? Where are these servers? Okay, it's every single game network now, right? So you want to write an offline game. Is it gonna be like when you open your PS Aux or Task Manager, where you see like 50 instances of like Unreal Engine running on your machine for like building a solitaire clone, right? And it's just distributing state across like the network and doing error correction, everything like that locally, right? Like it just seems to be wild, doesn't it, right? For some games, absolutely, but one of my favorite games is Balatro, right? I love that game. I think it's fantastic. And I can't see how this could even a little bit helpful in building a game like that with this, right? Thank you so much, Caleb. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for that. I should update that alert to use the new one, because the new one only triggers for like 5 gift subs, and I think we need to see the new one more frequently. Okay. Or maybe I need to make another alert. Thank you so much, Caleb. I hope the move's going well. Even better, distribution transactional semantics makes saving game data way simpler. Diverse runtime can automatically synchronize and save any global state for the program. In other words, every record of data that you write is probably going to be something that can be serialized, right? And share the state across running instances of the game or ecosystem. To the game programmer, this means that setting up something like save state for a player is as simple as defining a single global map of player save state. No more having to set up databases and coordinate schemas between your game and other backend services. Maybe they're doing what the Spacetime DB is doing. Hello, Mats. How are you doing? You get the Caleb, but you're not there yet. Hello, Mats. How are you doing? Does anyone like the curl machines, right? Okay, let's not talk about that. But anyway, yeah, you can do all this without ever leaving Verge. You can see the early stages of this work in Unreal Engine Fortnite editor. Weak map persistence feature, which are forward compatible with general purpose method described here. Weak map makes me think that this is something where you may or may not have access to the data. So accessing anything in the weak map probably needs like constant null checking and stuff, right? We think all this together results in a really powerful new programming model for the future. You see this roll out incrementally in UEFN and UE6 as we make progress towards unifying the two products. Let's talk about the second guiding principle of UE6. Content and code should be portable across games and engines. Our goal is to give the game industry a whole new way to grow our ecosystems with cross-promotion, which is why we're using our own bespoke programming language named Verse that no one else is going to use anywhere else. But okay, portable player value, and to really lean into all the positive sum dynamics that Metcalfe's law predicts for connecting experience and social graphs again. I am not familiar with Metcalfe's law, so let's have a quick detour. States that the value of telecommunication network is proportional to the square of the number of connected users. This means that as more users join the network, the potential connections and overall value of the network increases exponentially. All right, okay, hello Facebook. We're going to do this with a determined effort to move Unreal Engine beyond just extensibility and into open specifications for interoperability, where existing standards such as GLTF or USD, I don't know. GLTF, I'm guessing, is there an OpenGL thing? No, it's some kind of file format. Ah, right. Blender can export GLTFs. Okay, it's with the models, right? Or USD. I have no idea. I'm assuming that's not US dollars, right? Are capable of fulfilling US6 needs. We'll make them first-class formats within the engine, where a standard doesn't yet exist that serves the needs of the game ecosystem. We will open up Unreal Engine's own system as open specifications with Verse APIs defined as a convention and documentation that any engine tool or studio can implement against. Fortnite Cosmetics will be our first real proof point of portability. We'll start by moving the base system to our open UE6 module. This means you'll have the option to use players' entitled Fortnite outfits in your own games, and you need tools to build outfits for your own games that work inside Fortnite. It just seems like you're going away from Unreal Engine into you can now write extensions and use crap from Fortnite, right? Fortnite must be this freaking insane cash cow, right? Hello, Rusolaiten. Are you talking about how creating a new language game engine is the best of the ever? Oh yes, absolutely, right? But no, they talk about portability, right? And I do not see portability what they do, right? We're tackling this problem first because we want to prove things out with a system that's complex enough to be meaningful existence proof of the idea. Be a meaningful existence proof of the idea. Who's in charge of writing this, right? Let me read that sentence again. We're tackling this problem first because we want to prove things out with a system that's complex enough to be a meaningful existence proof of the idea. Okay, I think someone wrote something wrong. Meaningful experience, experiment, and a proof of the idea. I don't know. And one that inherently comes with a ton of player value. You know what? I appreciate that over some ChatGPT generated BS though, right? By respecting the purchase across the interconnected ecosystem of games, we see this as the first step towards building a shared economy for smart assets, functional assets with logic and functionality that work across games to recognize players' time and spending in a better way. In the end, this isn't really a Fortnite story. It really sounds like it. It's about proving that such a mature, complex system can work at scale and that every game that works with this system would immediately benefit from them, right? So what does that mean? They want to get more content for Fortnite? Is that it, right? They want Fortnite skins to be the new Mii's, maybe, right? I mean, there are definitely people who are interested in this stuff. I totally see that, right? There are people who are really into like skins and outfits and stuff in games. I understand that, because, you know, if it wasn't, then people wouldn't be spending money on it, right? So it kind of makes sense. Yes, phone. I'm good. Okay, creativity and productivity multipliers with your preferred models. Who knows, right? On topic of model assisted creation. Okay. We see it helping tighten iteration loops and reducing time consuming manual setup of levels, character rigs, and particle system, skinning bone weights, as well as adjusting lighting. All the manual work required to translate professional creative intent into interactive, performant, and cross-platform games. Crucially, Unreal Engine is uniquely placed to be the efficient cross-platform high-fidelity runtime that will remain the substrate on which much of the world's best games run on. Thus, for UE6, we see LLMs, generative AI models. This was definitely not written by someone who proofreads or checked as writing or anything like that, right? This was not written by a lemming, right? And tools like Claude and Codex playing a central role in helping you build content faster while maintaining the creative control you need, right? What creative control do you have, right? Generate a model in the form of a bunny with a gun. No, I don't like this one. Make another one. No, I don't like this one. Make another one. Man, just get the one out of my imagination. No, not that one. Ooh, save that for later though. All right. It's calling it creative control is a little bit wild, right? You don't have any creative control. You can tell something to create something, but what control do you have? Make it wider, make it less stupid. Like, yeah, but again, it's just outsourcing. A big part of our effort is going into exposing a broad set of engine capabilities through the MCP protocol so that developers can mix and match the best leading edge models and build custom integrations of all sorts on an open Unreal Engine 6 MCP foundation. We are also providing the Epic Developer Assistant as an optional turnkey solution available. People who use the word turnkey, I am instantly wary of these people, right? Because I have only seen this word used by people who are about to fuck you or is currently in the process of doing so. You just don't know it yet, right? Our goal for U6 is to greatly reduce the tedious work in authoring content to leave more time for creative exploration. But like, do you not understand creativity at all, right? This should not be written as if it talks about this should be targeting the business people, right? This should say, now you can churn out games with microtransactions a lot faster because that's what they want. People who are artists who like to be creative and make art, they didn't ask for this. They don't want this, okay? Right? It's insane. And that is never a seedy place to go, Caleb. Increase the amount of iteration a team can make to polish their content. Polish what content? You're no longer making it, right? U6 will ship with tools and workflows where you can choose to bring your own favorite models, battle tested against internal development and in UEFN. How can something be battle tested? This stuff is literally brand new, right? How can this be battle tested? All right? We invented this thing yesterday. It's this battle tested solution for no. How can it be battle tested, right? It hasn't been around for a decade, has it? Internally at Epic, we've been doing a lot of investigation to see what works and what doesn't for our code generation. We recently opened up a pretty broad usage for code generation AI analysis across our backend. They probably fired a bunch of people. Engine and game development engineering teams. We had particular success with people writing custom tools for their own work, fast code indexing tools for helping lemmings deal with large code bases like Unreal Engine, fast incident response and analysis, automated root cause crash and CS job fail analysis, automated test generation, and all right. What's interesting is most of these use cases aren't even generating mainline Unreal Engine code, though that will probably come eventually as well. You can expect Unreal Engine to also include all the key learnings for using code gen for engineering along with content workflows. Yeah, this is no longer a tool for creativity then, right? It's like this. Tools for businesses are there to make money, but they can also be tools for creative ideas, right? Think Photoshop, right? Photoshop, which is owned by Adobe, which is basically one of the shittier companies out there, right? But the tool can still be used by creative people to do creative things, right? But this, I don't know who this article is for, because it's not for creative people, right? It's not. This article is for people who don't know anything about game dev and want to make a game without actually having to do anything, and people who are into making money making games, right? It's for those two people. And there's nothing wrong with being any of those two people, right? But it is not for the likes of me, right? The path from here to there, maybe. Learn to read. Converges 2 threads we've been running in parallel. 5 for high-end standalone game and content development, and editor for Fortnite as the live environment when new programming models have been getting battle tested. Man, they gotta stop using that term, right? As U5 and UFN merge into one editor, you'll be able to ship traditional games and projects exactly as you do today. You'll be able to ship directly in Fortnite or ship to your own ecosystem and optionally make it compatible with ours. You'll have an easy path from one to another, right? Isn't this just going to saturate Fortnite with a bunch of AI generated bullshit, right? So now I think Fortnite pays a lot of money for like licensing fees to other to like Disney for using Star Wars or whatever they're doing, right? I don't know, right? They probably pay like lots of money. So now you can like use AI to generate this model, but someone else can do it. So they can take benefit and no longer have to pay the licensing fee. They just get rid of the skins when there's enough DMCAs coming their way. Probably doesn't work that way. I can imagine that, Kaden. Like this is, but the thing is, like you need to know this creative human out there, right? You can still be creative and do creative things. No one is taking that away from you, okay? All right? If you like painting, then keep painting, okay? You've been painting since the invention of the printer, maybe, right? Since the invention of the dot matrix printer. You can keep painting. You should do paintings and you should be happy doing it, right? It's what you do. If people don't appreciate the value in what you do anymore, that's sad, but learn to appreciate your own value instead, right? You don't need extrinsic validation. Learn to accept the value of what you do within yourself, right? I think that is going to be the turnkey, the cornerstone, the keystone for any creative person's existence, right? If you don't want to drown in misery, if you don't want to sink under the surface of all the slop that is being made, then learn to appreciate what you do, right? Because that's the only way you're going to stay insane, right? Because there's nothing else out there. The people still want people will still want human creations, right? Like things that are made by people, because that's still impressive and interesting, right? People aren't interested in this stuff, right? They're not as impressed with it. And businesses are going to be businesses, right? Blueprint application might slow hardly the you. I love AI. I have so many ideas I want to create, and finally I could use it as a tool to work almost as fast as my ideas instead of spending years learning the intricacies and running through the tutorial. Right. So what you're saying is you don't want to make the journey, and there's nothing wrong with this. You don't want to make the journey. You just want the end result, right? And that's perfectly fine, right? You don't want to learn about color theory or how even to wash the brush, right? You just have an idea for a picture and you want to see the picture, right? I think translate is, I haven't gotten to the blueprint thing yet, right? But if blueprints are going, it's probably because blueprints are probably hard to translate into AI, right? They are visual. They are there to help the human, okay? They are logic blocks that you can connect together. But now you are changing that into maybe like your game dev doc becomes some kind of like, I don't know. I want to understand what lifetime thing in Rust A. Can you? Yes, absolutely. I can do that, Karatai. Give me a second and read through this. Right, this next paragraph. Our philosophy through these transitions to bring existing projects along, not to force a hard break. Studios shipping on UE5 today should expect a manageable and clear path forward when 6 is ready for them. To allow this, actors and blueprints will be in early versions of 6. Eventually, these will be deprecated when the new framework is sufficiently mature, and you'll have conversion tools to move projects from one framework to another, right? Okay. So I'm going to post this part to my friend along with the article, right? Might be worth a read. They are going all in on MCP and AI. There we go. I still learn what makes things good, but I don't have to spend 3 days watching how to sub multiplayer in Unity and try to decide which framework I want to spend. No, okay, there's. I want to make this clear, Kaden. I'm not attacking you as a person, right? We are just different, and it's fine. We don't have to be the same. I'm just saying you don't want to make that journey. Like you say, you don't want to spend time learning how to set up multiplayer in Unity. You don't want to understand multiplayer in Unity. You just have an idea and you want to see that they exist. That's perfectly fine, right? And that's what this is for. I think you are the target audience of this then, right? We're targeting a Unreal Engine 6 early access release at the end of 2027 with a full release of 6 coming 12 to 18 months later. In the meantime, a new dev stream is now on GitHub, publicly visible, just like the UE5 stream has always been. The verse language implementation has moved out to be visible here, though it's not intended for general adoption at this point. And the remaining 5 changes will merge into 6 to not get lost, but not vice versa. In addition, okay, so in other words, they are wiping the slate of what they have, right? It's you're gonna go to UE6 or you're gonna be on UE5 forever, and they are not putting anything back into 5, right? So I'm guessing that UE5 is just gonna die out then, right? Fortnite development will be attached to the U6 stream, so you can see all ongoing work live and cherry pick changes as needed. However, this stream is not meant to be any kind of alpha. It exists just to be transparent with where we're going. And while we aren't currently planning another official file release after 5.8, we're reserving the option to release 5.9 if needed. I'm guessing they're saying this in case there's some kind of catastrophic CVE or whatever in 5. That is going to be hard to ignore, right? So in other words, if someone is using UE5 and they're spending a lot of money, they're generating a lot of revenue for Epic, and they come across a bug that is a showstopper, they will probably fix it and release the 5.9. If you, however, come across a bug, you're probably fucked, all right? Building this together, what a disgusting phrase. Okay, UE6 is going to change a lot about how games are made. It will not change the thing that matters most. I mean, this is like the end of the sentence to me, right? And I'm thinking, what matters most? And I always thought about programming as art, right? To me, it's art. But I work with many people who say that I'm a pretentious twat. Not because of my assumption that programming is art, right? Just think I'm a pretentious twat. No, I don't know if programming is art, right? But I'm not going to define that. But the thing is, programming is a creative outlet for me. But I work with a lot of people who don't see programming as a creative outlet. They see it as either something they do to get money, or they see it as, well, I guess that's it, really, right? You have the creative programmer and the career programmer, right? They will not change what matters most, which is that the people in this industry, the game developers, the filmmakers, our Unreal Engine family. Oh my God. Okay, maybe it was generated and by a lemming and then smashed a little bit, right? I can't believe they used the word family. No one reads the word family in a corporate setting and don't instantly think red flag, right? It's an instant massive red flag, okay? It's like a guy standing on the street corner waving you to come over, but he's doing it with a gun, okay? You're like, no, I'm not doing that. One who actually makes, wait, okay, let me read this again. It's gonna change a lot about how games are made. It will not change the thing that matters most, which is sad, which is that the people in this industry, the game developers, the filmmakers, our Unreal Engine family, are the ones who make anything actually happen. No, you literally just said that Claude is doing that, right? Thank you for making Unreal Engine really shine. Let's just replace the N with a T here, right? Okay. There we go. We'll have a lot more to share on the road to early access, including deep dives on the new gameplay framework, verse, scene graph, and model-assisted workflows we're bringing into production tools. In the meantime, keep building on UE5 and no, why? You are sunsetting half the shit that people are using, right? Everything you ship today is a step towards what we're going to ship together in 6, unless you wrote it using blueprints, right? then it's not, right? This is really sad, okay? The thing that matters most, I thought, hello Jojo, I thought games were a form of art, right? Look at the unique game aspects, like the game IDs that's been created, right? Take games like Baba Is You, right? The game doesn't look like the latest installation of Tomb Raider, right? Lara Croft with jiggly physics when, right? It doesn't look anything like that. The graphics leaves a lot to be desired, but it's still something I would qualify art a million times more than any AAA game I have seen, right? Balatro, right? It has beautiful art, by the way. A game that I, as I mentioned before, really enjoy, but the game loop is kind of simple, but the game is still so good. It is what I would qualify a work of art when it comes to games, right? There are a lot of games that looks really bad, like Terraria, Minecraft. These games look terrible, right? But they are more art than any AAA game that has come out in the last 10 years, right? So I think it's very sad that we are not finding a middle ground, right? There is no middle ground between the art. And I promise you, the people who make assets for games, the artists, the successful, the good artists, they do it because they love the art. They got into it because they love the art, right? I think very few illustrators or designers, I think very few of them got into it for the money alone, right? Because to become good at art, you have to sink a lot of time and understanding into it. You have to understand what makes it good. You have to understand you have to translate what you feel into a medium, right? But we're getting away from that. That is so depressing, right? How many like boring generic things are we gonna see falling out of the butts of people who no longer love what they do? Right? How sad. I think, I don't know if it is Caden, but it definitely is up there, right? Minecraft is beautiful with shaders. I think adding shaders to Minecraft is a funny experiment that looks something, but after that, I don't think shaders add anything to the game, right? The thing that makes Minecraft art is what it is, not just what it looks like, right? I think it's sad. It's really, really sad that the art is taking such a beating here. I get it. Businesses exist. They gotta make money. Capitalism is the current system that we have. If you can implement a better one, please do so. Right? But it's the world that we live in. I wish that people didn't feel the need to output in exchange for money. It's heartbreaking because I understand the passion of the creators, right? I understand being passionate about your drawings, right? Let's go back to design, right? Like you've been drawing things your entire life. You started doodling as a child and you keep drawing these amazing things. And this is like you're having a tough day. You escape into the art. You're expressing yourself through this thing. You're drawing this like fantastic landscape that reflects your feelings. Someone looks at this thing and be like, wow, that's like you're having a really tough time. Either that or you're making an album cover for the next metal band, right? But these people are the ones that we are shitting on what they're doing with these things, right? They are being pushed out. Right? They're being pushed out with these things. The program is being pushed out. It's sad. But here's the thing. It's the choice is yours, right? If you let go of the money, right? We all need money to live, okay? That's just how it is, right? Don't get caught up in that, right? But if you let go of that part, then nothing has changed, right? You can still sit at home, draw the things that you want to draw. You can put this down on a piece of paper or whatever. It will be beautiful. It will be made by you. It will make you feel whatever you feel. Anyone who looks at this thing might feel something when they look at it as well, right? That is a possibility, right? That hasn't changed. You are not a worse artist just because someone doesn't need you anymore, right? And it's only money that is there, right? That is the only thing that's between you. Maybe this will be a liberation of the economics from the art, right? Businesses solving people's problems and making their lives better. No, Caden, that is 1000% untrue. Okay, businesses exist to make money. That is the whole purpose of a business. Now, a business might be a business that is in business of helping people, but the thing that solves people's problems and the thing that makes people's lives better are people, right? Not businesses. Okay, all right. If businesses are only there to make money, right? If the business is not making money, it's a bad business, right? That literally is a flaw in the business, right? People are there to help people and make people's lives better. We are making our lives better through community, through sharing, to understanding, to being there for each other, to inventing things that helps each other. Businesses are there to make money out of that, right? Non-profit businesses. Well, sadly, there's a lot of those, but that is because those businesses are broken. Nothing else, right? Okay, so we have to act the frame now somehow. So we have to include this with our players. So player, let's just put last frame as a U32 in there, okay? Oh, we already have a new function here. But there's nothing wrong with businesses. There's not. I have been a very business-oriented person at some point in my life. I have and run my own business. Admittedly, not a successful one anymore, but I did. I was very, very business. I was business, right? All day long. There was nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, to me, it was the wrong thing to do, but there is nothing wrong with being, heavily, businessy. Okay. All right. So what do we do here? We are supposed to update the frame, right? So where's my old act code? Where did I put this? There it is. Okay. World import. There we go. Right. There it is. Player dot last frame is equal to frame. There we go. Right. Done and done. Right. So no, it is like don't mistake a business for something that exists to make your life like businesses aren't there to make your life better. They might inadvertently make your life better, but that is the main goal of a business is to make money. It's like the story of the snake and the stupid ass frog, right? And the snake just fucks the frog over, and the frog goes like, "Why the fuck did you do that for, you asshole?" And the snake goes, "I'm a snake, you dickhead. What do you expect?" Right? That's the parable of the snake and the frog, right? The snake, which is also a hedge fund manager, takes the frog's savings, and the frog goes like, "Why did you take my savings for? And you lost all of that on cocaine and hookers." And the snake goes like, "Look, man. What do you want from me?" Right? Okay, so we can get the world data. We can act the thing now. Can we run this? Can we move now? Yeah, we can move. All right, excellent. Hey, whoops. What extra whoops? Okay, so we are now able to send the data back. Yeah, let's have a look at the data that we get. Where is that? In the game, probably. Probably here. If we run this now, we should see a lot of frame outputs here, right? Yeah, that's so we have two players here. One is no longer connected, but we don't care about that guy, right? 213 frames was all we got from him. But you can see that we're getting a lot of duplicate data, right? Because we're sending the data even though nothing has actually happened, right? Which is fine, right? Okay. Now let's look at this thing. What are we supposed to do with this data? The idea behind capitalism is that your profit is a measure of how much value you have provided to other people, but in our current environment, it's hard for legitimate independent business to survive. I mean, that might be the idea, right? But that idea is definitely not what's in play, right? It's not about, we're not providing value to people, right? But what value are we providing by constantly gathering and selling people's private information, right? What value is there in that to you as a consumer, right? There's the only value that's there is for other businesses to sell more shit to you, right? But that might have been the original idea, but that is not what it is today, right? Okay, so we have a means to send data. Now we need to get this data interpolated, right? We are basically doing this. I think there's a bug here. Let me reload the page because that was definitely not right. That's more like it, right? What we are doing is what we saw. All right, no, these are not labels. Okay, well, this is what we're doing, right? We're sending the input. I'm not going to look at the top one. This is the only one that we need to look at, right? We're sending the input and we act the inputs. Then we need to start adding interpolation to this. Now we need to start adding prediction to this, maybe. And then we can see the jerkiness. That means we're adding reconciliation. And interpolation is only interesting if we are moving the other one, right? So here, if we add interpolation, this guy should now become smooth as well, right? Hello, ICS. Okay. So we need to store our pending inputs on here, right? Question is, do we store this in like an intermediate structure where we are adding all the data? Okay, so should we store this in something and act the thing? So we have like an intermediate thing. Right now we have the server and then we have the client. And on the client, we are getting all the input data, right? Down the wire. I'm thinking that we have the server and then inside the client, we have something that will just act the stuff that is there and then pass that on to the rest, right? These doings aren't supposed to make sense. That means that we need to know our own ID, right? Okay, so hang on. Hello, Talk. I sent you the wrong article, Talk. I sent you... Ah, fuck! Yeah, the one that I was supposed to send you was this one. That one is way more relevant than what I sent you. Socks. There we go. Okay. Let me drink the last of this guff, and then we're gonna write some code. Ew, water. Okay, had to get rid of a wasp as well. It's trying to get in. Well, I had the window open and it was like crawling around the window, so I had to urge him not to be in here, right? Okay, so what are we doing? We're gonna do a test with this, right? So we do the act entity. Maybe that can just be on what we're sending, right? So we have the time entry, all right? Which, by the way, we don't seem to use the time. We only seem to use the frame. So maybe the time thing is just wrong, okay? But let's see if we can do... what's the interpolation that's going to make this look... No, it's prediction that's going to make it look good, right? Yeah. So prediction should make it smooth and jerky for the axe, right? So we need to store a history of our inputs. Okay, input history. Let's store a vec of a vector and a U32. What finger are you supposed to use to push one? I don't know why I'm doing this, but correct finger position for numbers. Could it be pinky for one? That does feel kind of shit. That really is awful. Right? I mean, I don't know about you, but there's a big distance between these two. So this one is definitely going to be easier to use for one. All right. Like if you look at this, get out of here. If you look at this thing, right? If I'm supposed to push one with my pinky, that means moving up the whole thing here, right? What are these fingers doing then, right? That is so gross. Oh, well. Oh, well. Okay, so let's go with prediction. So what does prediction mean? It means that we go back in history and we replay everything, right? So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to move locally. and then update with prediction. Okay, so let's do that. Let's move. Yeah, let's move locally. That will be prediction. So let's find our update. Wait. How does that work? Why would you delete all that? Okay. Hi, Skylar. I tried Solus years ago. I thought it was okay. That's when I discovered this font that I'm using in Budgie. Okay, so input. Let's do... What's it called? Input history. Are we supposed to know where we are when that input happened? Huh. But the AUR attack seems like such a... It's so strange that it hasn't happened sooner, right? If you could just take an existing AUR package and that has been abandoned and just go, okay, I use this now, and there are a bunch of people who are using these things, you could just go and update it, and people are just going to update the packages, right? This seems like an insane flaw already, all right? It's just a matter of time. Luckily, it doesn't seem like it was too damaging though, right? It doesn't seem like it was too damaging. And that will hopefully... I doubt that, Wixer. But I'm not interested in improving my typing. My typing speed is already... at like 110 words per minute or whatever, right? I am just challenging myself. That's all. I type about 110 or whatever. I don't know if I was going to do this. Oh, can I even do this now after I've been messing around with this? Okay. I can't even type monkey type anymore, right? Ugh. Right. All right. Now I'm going to have amazing typing speed. All right. Pretty terrible accuracy as well, right? 104 words per minute now. I don't need to improve my typing speed. If you're typing unencumbered at like 50, 60 words per minute, it's fine for programming. It is more of a challenge than anything, right? World state is a list of entity states. If this is the first time, yes. It is the first time we see this entity create a local representation. This entity state entity as a server X is state position. So this is on the client, right? So we store all the entities on here. And then we have something called server X, which is the state position. Where does the state come from? Where's the state? There it is. It's the message. Okay. Always talk. That is always the solution. If the server reconciliation apply all the inputs not yet processed by the server. Okay, so this will be interesting then. If input sequence number is less than or equal to the last processed input already processed, its effect is already taken into account into the world. We just got it so we can drop it. Otherwise, we apply the input. But that doesn't make any sense, right? This is true. Applying the input, if the input is a vector, that would just mean that we are doing this again, right? Is it reconciliation I'm looking for? No, it's prediction that I'm looking for, though. This does not compute in my head. We're calling apply input, but have we not done so already? Is there no apply input anywhere else? Process input. Yeah, here. Oh, client side prediction. And that is what we're talking about, right? They aren't convenient to type. I don't mind you asking, Caden. You're looking at it. And no, I am not very good at this either, if you want to ask. I traded money for happiness. What a fool I was. I was a consultant. So companies would give me sums of money to tell them, to help them with various things. Either help them reorganize things or, as in programming wise, or run a department, or help them solve specific problems. Indie dev full time, yeah. Let's call it streamer full time, because indie dev ain't making me any money, right? I haven't even made any meaningful games yet, right? Archflex, obviously, Roddick. How else are you gonna let the world know you're an incel? We used to wear badges, but it got a bit tedious. Bird, please. Okay, so we are sending this to the server, and if we're doing client prediction, we are applying this input. And this is where we're going to have to look at what apply input actually does. But this gets a little bit sketchy, right? Because we're calling apply input here, and then we process the messages. And we're calling apply input here as well. So we're applying the same input twice. So apply input needs to know about history and what frame it is in, right? But we're doing this for an entity. So we're looking for a function called apply input. Let's have a look. Input press time, so how long it was held down for, multiplied by the speed. So how is this actually working then? Well, with only these two pieces of information, it doesn't. This means we're applying the same input twice. We should move it twice as far, right? So that can't be it. As a matter of fact, reading this in here makes me want to gouge my eyes out. So we're going to take this and stick it somewhere less gross. There we go. So now we can actually read this without weeping. Okay, so calling apply input is happening where? Here, when we do client-side prediction. And also here inside the process server message, right? Here we're just truncating the ones that we've seen already. There's no LSP for this. Okay. If we don't do server reconciliation, we just drop everything. Okay. Hello, Grace. Going all right? How you doing? Then we have a position buffer. Now, if we don't do reconciliation, we just update the position of entity X. So applying the input, right, okay, maybe there's something here, okay? So applying the input, good on you, Code and Gree. This will do nothing of the sort, right? Well, no. If we do server reconciliation, we are applying the input here. So with prediction and reconciliation, okay, let's turn both of these off. Okay, now it's janky, as it should be. So if we put prediction on, now it's smooth. I can see so much tearing. I should probably enable that by default, right? That was meaningful. Tear free is true in the device section. Hang on. Do I have this? Those are the monitor, not the device. That's the wrong one. Maybe I don't even have an XOR config. Not a root one. Okay. Let's look at the device section. Will this look a little bit less painful if we do this? Nope. No, it did not. It's just a terrible font. That's all. Okay, so device. I have monitor sections, but I have no device section. Is the screen section having a device section? No. Maybe device section is its own thing. Let's do this. Yeah, I understand. Let me just edit this file anyway. And what was it? Is it option? Okay, we'll see if that works. All right. Whoops. Back to this, right? Okay, so enter the X state position. If we don't do interpolation, which we are not doing here, right? We only do prediction, which is why we get this like jerky thing where it jumps back and forth. But that is very confusing. Because when we process our input, we don't look at the prediction here. We just do apply, right? No. Client-side prediction. Yes, that's the one we're looking for. So if we are doing client-side prediction, then we're applying the input. But the server sends us something. We need to track everything that the server has then, right? And then we set the X value. I'm not sure why it's called server X on the entity. Is there another? There's an X and a server X, which is a little bit sketchy though, right? But we have entity server X that contains the position. We store our own entity ID. And then we set the X to the state position here. Okay, so we're no matter what we do, when we get server messages, we just update that position. Okay, that makes sense. So let's start by doing prediction then. Which means we do it locally and then we update the server. This means that our input should look slightly different. So let's go to... Okay, so serialize and deserialize. Whoops. Okay, then we need to have the press time. And we need the direction, which is a vector. And we need the frame number. Okay. That's what we need to create the player input so we can play this back, right? Let's go back to our client and let's change this thing to be player input, right? Okay, we need to know how long was the key pressed for, right? We're running this in fixed update, so maybe what this thing should do is look at the key press, the current one, and we just keep incrementing the time for that. Or no, that doesn't work. No, we'll do we'll hard code it. No, wait, that doesn't work. Okay, so player input, new input, frame, and press time, which means we need something called press time added to this function. That means that in shared, this needs to have, well, I guess it doesn't, right? We don't need a new function. We can just do that. Change brackets for curly brackets. Thank you. That's better. Direction. Yeah. Okay, and then we can just take the delta time here, right? Like that. There we go, right? Okay, so we're updating our input now. We know how much time this thing has been pressed for. Let's go and change all these time entries to just be player. Oh, player input. Wow, so gross. So gross. It's like, yeah, I don't know what it is. Anyway, input history, player input, new. We should probably make player input something that you can copy, right? It's always worth like getting a rough idea how large something is that you're copying around. So 16 bytes is perfectly fine to copy around. It's not a massive issue, right? Now, I can't type P with the pink either, right? The keys are up and down, but my hands are like this, so it doesn't quite align with my staggered layout, right? Anyway, you live and you learn, apparently, or something like that. There is one of these that are missing, right? Hello, C3, how you doing? Input TX. That's because the connect function, here we go. Right? This is supposed to be player input, right? So no, just learning to type to challenge myself. You just gotta do whatever you can to stimulate the old brain now and then, right? This is wrong. This is very wrong. Why is this allowed? I'm thinking maybe I need to rewrite that function too. Now on the server, we should be getting player input instead. Actually, let's do this. Yeah, and then this buffer has... Okay, can't compare player input, player input. That's an easy solve. If you can type, that's an easy solve. Oh my god. All right, we got that one then. Okay, so then this is not the vector. This is player input. Player armpit. Is there many inputs? Is that a vec? Yeah. Like that. Input. Don't need to deref that. Where did the frame come from? Oh yeah, it's in the input. So we have press time, but we don't do anything with it. Change, no, change in there. So there we go. Player. P and L with these two. P and L like that. F that, man. There are some things that are just straight up gross, man. Oh, we are supposed to include the player ID in here as well, right? So that's what we need. And what was that? No, that's what we get. This is what you get when you're messing with dental floss. Okay, so this will give us a player input and the player ID. Okay. And input TX is correct. Why is this not breaking? This does not seem right to me. I can't see this not breaking. This shouldn't work. I have not updated nearly all places for this. Wow, it's fast, but it is working, which is strange. I didn't think it was going to work. We need the speed in there. We have speed here already. Now we can move a little bit faster, I would imagine. Yeah. Okay. So speed has to be a universal number 2 that is shared between both of these. Yeah. We basically need a world that is shared between the client and the server. Okay, I can see how that's a thing. Pub static speed F32 is 20. I think that was supposed to be 20. And because we're not savages, we're not going to put a static value down there, right? It is a very hard habit to change C3. You're not wrong. Hello, Keeney. How are you? So we're going to do the same thing here. So when we connect, we're sending the server time, which I don't think we need anymore. I don't know why I'm sending the server time, but I am. Instead, we're going to send... Oh, yeah, no, I hate that. Please don't. Oh, wow, that is not what I want to do. All right, okay. Bad UI. Okay. We need to send like an initial server state, right? I am Karl from the Dvorak tribe. I have come to seek the chieftain of Quercy. You will only find workmen here. You're in the wrong lands. Karl of Dvorak. Begone before our farmers kill you for having stupid hands. Begone. All right. So if we are sending the client time, then let's make that as well, right? So we have pub struct server state. We have a server time, and we'll also have, what was the other thing that we had? And I want ice cream. That is not helpful. Shut up, brain. Okay. But we could do with more iced coffee. Is this just like slightly very weak cold coffee now? The answer is yes. It was like slightly coffee flavored ice. We shall fix that later. Add heavy cream and then just shake it until it becomes an ice cream. I wonder. So you can basically make butter by just sticking heavy cream in a blender, right? For those of you who don't know what heavy cream is, there's another way of saying whipping cream, right? The kind of cream that is not designed only for cooking, but for cakes and stuff. So you could possibly just add ice and cream and shake it. I wonder if you can do it before the ice becomes too watery, so you thicken up the cream with the coffee, or if it just becomes slush, right? Heavy cream is healthy, allowed in my coffee. That is very context dependent. If you're into low carb, high fat, then go for it. If you're into high carb, high fat, like myself, then do not go for a heavy cream in your coffee. I actually think it's gross. It feels like it gets stuck in my throat. I don't like cream in coffee at all. But I have milk in my tea because I'm a civilized person, and I drink my coffee black because I don't really drink coffee because I like it, but now I do because coffee is a drug. Okay, so we have the server time. We want the player ID as well, right? Maybe if I turn the keys a little bit. Well, there is a player ID. Okay, so we want to send the server state on connect instead. Okay, so I have now tilted my keyboard a little bit, and that seemed to help, but I'm falling back on old habits very quickly as well. We need the player ID in here as well. Where's the player ID come in? It doesn't. Well, that's not right then. I'm guessing you tried the bulletproof coffee as well, if that's your jam, right? I have friends who are really into keto and LCHF stuff, right? And they swear by bulletproof coffee. For those of you who don't know, that means putting a lump of butter in your coffee. Mmm. Where do we create the player ID then? Okay, this seems to be meaningless. Okay, DAP. Thank you. Wow, that was super awkward to type like that. I don't see the player ID anywhere. Where is the player ID created? Maybe this is like on new connection we do this when we send the server state. So handle connection does not, in fact, get the server time. So we do that on new connection instead. Yeah, here's where we do that. But then we need to get the server time. Not here. We could just get that here. What does handle connection do for us then? That's it. No server state for you. Let server state equals server state. Server time is self. And player ID. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. All right. Unwrap it is for now. We are not overly concerned. Oh, you goofball. That has to be an async connection now. Okay, then. But that's not what the trait looks like. Okay, where does the start time come in? On the server implementation, that's for sure. We don't even need the server time yet. Come on, we need something else first. All right, let's get rid of start time from the server state. Easy fix. What do you mean not implemented? All right. You know what? We can just grab all of this. Like so. No player ID? I don't think so. Definitely a player ID, but it is a little bit private. Maybe that's what the error said, but who reads error messages? Definitely gonna have to go and get another coffee soon. I see. I understand the prediction side of things now. The prediction side makes sense. And we're gonna see that the reconciliation is gonna be the harder one, I think. But not with what we're doing now going forward. Anyway, don't matter. Don't matter. Okay, so we have the player ID, right? So back onto our client. Server time is no longer what we're getting here. We're going to deserialize server state. We don't want a server time anymore, so that can go away. Why is the server state not available to us? Come on, man. Okay. Don't care about the server time here. Well, we care about the server state, maybe. There you are. Whenever I don't take 5 hours to type something out, it's because I am cheating. There we go. All right, and then server time becomes server state. There we go. That's because you have not added it here. Hello, Only J, how you doing? Oh, you ghoul. Okay. I'm good. I need more coffee to exist, though. I need more coffee, and this is... I'm doing stupid things. Let me go and make some coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. It's a tough day today. I tell you what, though. My kid, bless her, left prawns in a bag in the hallway. So my entire hallway smells like unwashed genitals, basically. And then she took all the ice out of the ice maker as well. So I have no ice for my iced coffee either. Just, yeah, you love your kid, but they don't always make it easy to do so, right? Sometimes you think, should I put you up for adoption or not, right? Daddy loves you, but sometimes not as much as other times, okay? All right, so we need to put a time. Oh, God damn it. Let's just put server time in there then. Fiddlesticks. I tried. Why again do we need the server time for the time entry? Let's get rid of that. Let's just get rid of the time entry. I don't know if we need that. Why is it griping at this now? What is it now, you beautiful thing? Time entry needs partial ord. Why does it need partial ord? Well, I guess we can attach the frame here instead. But do we even need the time entry? We can get rid of time entry for now. Well, it looks like we're supposed to use it, so let's remove the use of it instead of removing it. Hola. Do you feel like you have a moral imperative, or like, are you obliged to tell people when they are stupid? I'm preemptively asking this because, anyway. I think that's all subject to personal preference, though, Phlegma. I like it, but plenty of people have expressed their reason for not learning Rust being the syntax. But I think that's a bullshit reason, right? That's just I can't be bothered with it, so I make these meaningless comments instead. Right? Okay, where's the time entry in here? We're gonna get rid of time entry and that one. There we go, right? You grew out of it? How do you grow out of style, man? You're like Summer. No, I mangled that joke. Can we do over? Pomin, do over, please. I mangled the joke. I programmed lots of Python. Python, I was saying this earlier in the stream, right? Python is a really good language when you're starting out. It's like very succinct, very terse, very easy to... I describe Python as the 3D printer of programming, where you don't need the resilience and the tensor strength, right? You just need something that fits into an oddly shaped hole, right? Nah, the moment's gone, Pommet. Well, we'll try another time. Meow. Okay, I think maybe we are back. Can we run the server? Can we run the client? Can we move? No, we can no longer move. Why can't we move? Is it because we're not getting any game data back? No, cannot print out the sprite. We're not going to print out. We're going to do player.position. Whoops. Okay, then. Oh, we're already running the server. That's why. Yeah, we're not... Oh, okay, look at that. Missing field. Local timestamp. Okay, cool. Net mod. Okay, we're trying to deserialize something that isn't there. There we go, right? Not yet, but I can give you the TLDR though, Phlegma. We're basically sending our inputs to our server. The server moves all the players and then sends the player location back to us, which obviously is not the final result, but it allows us to have... This would be good enough for turn-based multiplayer if we stopped here, right? But we're going to do a little bit more action-packed multiplayer. So we're going to do some interpolation and... some interpolation, client-side prediction, and a few other things to make it nice and smooth. Okay, so our input TX looks different. That's because we have the time entry there. We don't want the time entry involved anymore. All right. Let's see if this thing works now. All right, now we can move. So you can see how jerky this thing is, right? It's like 50 or 20 frames per second or whatever, right? That's all right. But we're getting the player position out of here now. So now that we got the player position out, we can start doing the prediction, which is where we move in the world, and the player moves in the world. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to speak and have a thought at the same time, right? It's like walking and chewing gum, okay? Makes you look weird. Okay, so we need to simulate the world on the client side and use that for prediction. And then on the server side, we do the reconciliation. We send the data back. No, we do the reconciliation with the server data. So we predict our input. We reconciliate with our input. And then finally, we are interpolating everything else. But that means that we kind of need 2 copies of the world running One on the server and one on the client. So one copy of the world for every client. And this is supposed to be deterministic. So we kind of need but this is where it's going to get a little bit weird though, but we kind of need this but we're going to start with solving the easier problem first, right? Before we start with the design of this thing, right? So there's a lot of sharp corners here that we're working around. But we're going to take all of this and then fold that into something that isn't just a complete dumpster fire, basically. All right, so I think server-wise, we are done, okay? So on the client, we're going to get things back. And then in here, we're going to say, why don't we print out the player ID, right? Why is there no player ID here? Ah, right. It's the wrong... No, it's not the wrong anything. This is player's position and their ID as well. No, I don't think so. Maybe. Okay, let's look at the server code. So here, if the state, well, that is the message then, right? Yeah. Okay, so we are attaching the player ID to the state. That's what we're going to end up doing. Actually, that is what we're doing so far. So this a bit... Oh, but that is only if that is the remote entity. So we need to say, is this... We're going to do this. We're storing it alongside the player ID. That's a bit sketch, right? Which we can find out what that is, but it's not where I want to go with this. No. Okay, we're not doing that. We'll come back to that. We need to get the player ID in here first, and we can attach it to the state. So the game state can hold our ID. Well, fiddlesticks. That's the wrong thing, right? Well, that's okay. We used to get the player ID from somewhere else. Now we can just say something else here. That don't work. This will be something like player ID invalid instead when we start off. We are not gonna do this. We are gonna do everything for this time. We do this based on the joypad input. No player ID. Well, what we could do is what we call player ID could be the player ident instead, right? That we can do. So, whoops, I am writing incorrectly. There we go. So now we change this to ident instead, so we can maintain that check, right? which is silly, but it is what it is. Okay, so where do we connect? Here's where we connect. That gives us server state. Okay, so we are passing in the server state there. So we have it on... We don't need this. We have it on the server state, so that's cool. Okay, even better. So here we can check if player ID is no state.player ID. Then we know that this is us, right? Where did the player ID go? We can't have the player ID in there. We need to send something else, not the player. We need to send... What are we sending? Shit. Okay. That's fine. Where's the import for tick? Here we go. Yeah, we already attached the player ID there, so that's what we need to send. So world state write current. That world delta players. Okay, let's change you to a position and a player ID then. Okay. I don't know if we can do this. Yeah, we can. Because apparently I had thought of that. When we built the sparse map with the sparse storage, right? Crap. There we go. Now, this... That holds the right information. Okay. That's a vector and a player ID. All right, that's great. So that is the position and the ID. What an easy fix, right? Even easier if we dereference it. There's no player ID on our state. There's no state. Oh, server state. Don't be a ding dong. There we go. Okay, so this should still work, but now we know if it's the player or not. So we can make the distinction here. And the way this is being done here, we're saying that the server ID is the position. Okay. Strange distinction to make. And if they are the same. So no matter what, we always update the position, right? And reconciliation is what we're doing. But what if we don't have reconciliation and we don't have interpolation? Wow, that is not okay. Why are we timestamping that? Oh, okay. Man, this is so freaking hard to track. That's okay. So we have a position buffer. This entity interpolation is for the... I don't want help though. I very much don't want. But you are definitely able to see... Well, you can't see this code. So no, because this is not published anywhere, right? I will push this code somewhere. You can definitely poke at it if you want, right? But I like to figure things out myself. Okay, so entity interpolation means that's what we do for the remote, right? So any other player, any movement of other players, those are the values that we interpolate, right? We do not interpolate our own position, which is why we can move around here and everything's fine. And the blue thing is just jerky as sin, right? Because we are not doing an interpolation. Interpolation is only for the remote, right? As can be seen here. Right. We are doing prediction followed by reconciliation because that is what we are doing. We're only interested in the red one here, right? And I'm moving the wrong thing. The red one is the only thing that is interesting. And the reason it snaps to where it is correct. So we move it, and then we wait, and then it kind of catches up. And that's what we're doing now because we want prediction. Without prediction, this is what we have. We have a bunch of inputs, and that's it. With prediction, suddenly we start moving it locally, right? So let's find where the prediction is happening. So no matter what we do, when we get a server message, we are, if this is the first time we see the entity, create a local representation. Don't worry about that for now. Then we set the server X. And here we set the X value. I don't know why we distinguish between server X and the local X, and that kind of fucks with my head a little bit, but we'll find out why. All right, so client, we're gonna get something sprite.position is equal to the position. So this is the equivalent of saying sprite.server X is equal to a position, right? Okay. And then we're updating this thing. So we've done that, but we're looking for prediction in here now to see how this works. That's reconciliation, nothing about prediction. Why is there no prediction in here? Okay, so we only apply input if prediction is turned on. So prediction probably just interpolates the state, right? So let's have a look at what apply input actually does. But before that, we're going to see if prediction is used anywhere else. I don't think so. No. Okay, so this process input is completely meaningless locally unless we have this on. So this is where we send the data. Oh my word. Okay, so apply input probably happens the same on the server as it does on the client, right? So let's find where apply inputs are called, right? All right, that's all this does. It does the time times the speed. Okay, so we need press time to be a fixed value for now. We're going to say that it's 20 milliseconds for now. We're using delta time, but we can't. We have to use whatever fixed update frequency we have instead, right? Okay, this is now on the client, yeah? And we do apply input if client-side prediction is on. That's okay, yeah. And then this is probably on the server then, right? No, it isn't. Apply input. That's if we do reconciliation, which is what happens where? Is reconciliation... Yeah, that's for reconciliation. Okay, so we're gonna call apply input again, but this one is very strange. This one is very, very strange. Because if we apply input twice to this, all right, where's the input being applied? If we process our input, is this on the server now? Yeah, okay, we went too far. So apply input here and here. Why are we calling apply input twice? So process input, and that's for the prediction. And then also here. This is very confusing. So if the entity is the player, we have already done this, have we not? No, why would you do that? Where's the process input? Crikey, I'm blind. No, process input happens before. It happens up here. Crap. All right, so process input happens here on update. And then send world state. But hang on, it's just not right. Here we go, right? Oh, this is only on network messages. Otherwise, we break out of this while loop. Okay, that means that, okay, so if we don't get messages, that means that this is down. We have no, we have nothing left, right? We're disconnected, right? Validate input, don't have to care about that. Apply input, which, again, is just doing this. Press time times the speed. Hello, runtime, how are you going? Apply the input. But wait, this is applying the input for... Jeepers. This is applying input for all messages. Oh my goodness. So we are sending... Man, this is bullshit. I mean, it's not. But we are sending the key presses... Nah, don't worry, runtime. You gotta be used to it by now. It's not like they don't come every year now. But listen, we are too young to be two old men sitting in a park talking about the freaking weather and feeding the ducks, right? Just put on your Sunday best, open a window, and scream. Okay. Apply input with a message is actually not an input. It is a... Well, it is. But we are getting everyone else's input too. So this can't be on the server, right? It's freaking on the server. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Fuck. Oh, okay. Right. Just you'll be fine though. All right, we'll try again. All right, forget this. Apply input, we know what it does. Annoying that they even wrote a separate function for that, but we know what that one does. Okay, client. This is the one we're looking at. And we're calling this update. This is where everything should happen, right? Process server message. Process inputs. Interpolate is only prediction and reconciliation that we care about. So we'll get to this one later. So process server messages and process inputs. What does process server messages do? That does all this. And then process input happens after we process server messages. So this should move. Yeah. So this should move our entity here. So we do input after server messages, right? So we're going to read the world data and deal with that here. Then update input. Then we're going to deal with this, right? That means that we need to know which sprite belongs to the current player, right? How do we get that? Can we store the atlas outside of that, maybe? Without this thing freaking out. Maybe we can't. We can. All right, now we just need to get the sprite ID for the current player. Okay, player sprite ID is a sprite ID then. We're just putting invalid sprite on there for now. So when we connect, no, not when we connect. This is the player sprite. No, it isn't. We haven't created one yet. We have only loaded a texture. That's what we've done, right? And then on our update, nothing. Here we do this. This is where we create a new sprite, and that's the sprite ID. So we don't really know which player is the, because we did this, right? I suppose we could have a map, couldn't we? But that means that we need to know of every... Right? What is inside players here? There's a position and a player ID. So we could say... No, that doesn't mean we're going to get... Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Feck. Okay, this is what we do. We do it the stupid way. My favorite way of doing things. While we're just exploring here. That's the player ID, right? So the sprite ID will be the player ID. That is not going to work because these things will change. They are not created in lockstep, right? A player can be added and removed. And that would create, that would make it the wrong player. But since we only have one player, we don't really have to worry about it. So we can say that if ID is equal to, no, here we go. Like that. Okay. So now we know which one is ours, and we can do the move here. We get the sprite based on the state player sprite ID, and then sprite the position. What's our input? What does this thing do? That's the, okay, no, we don't want to do that. We want to read that, right? Well, kind of. You have to read the last page too. The last page tells you that any action you perform against another player is also performed in the past. So yes, everyone is playing with each other in the past, but your actions that you take are also applied in the past, right? So it's, yeah, something like that. So I have two things that I'm doing right now. One is I'm poking at this with a stick, and two, I'm trying to make this work, or I'm trying to generalize this into such a way that we can solve a lot of this stuff with just data structures and common patterns, right? One really awkward thing that we're dealing with here is that the server and the client they are sharing things, but they are also not sharing things. So I think if I were to restart this thing, which I'm going to do, I would put everything in one code base and just have two different binaries come out of it, because the server and the client are both they're both gonna see the same world. They're both gonna simulate the same world, all right? And that's it, right? Maybe I should just restart this now then when I know that, and get rid of the shared thing. That would kind of make it a little bit easier. Maybe we start from scratch then, right? While we have this. But let's see this run at least. So we need to add to the sprite. Let's see what the server does, right? Why is this not on this? Why am I on the server looking at the client? That is goofy as sin. This is what we need to do. We need to do input direction times the delta time. But hang on, the delta time is going to be the fixed, the fixed time step here, okay? So fixed step. Wow, that was so poorly written. I think I did that the right way. And the fixed step could be something like 0. Well, this is a fixed step in milliseconds, right? What's the frequency we're on this with? Is it 50? So 1 second, 60, so 60 things in 1 second, right? So 60 times per 1 second is 0.16. So that will be 0.16 from millis, and we want to do this 20 times, so it's 0.5. or 0.05. So that is effectively 50 milliseconds, that the frequency of which we do this, right? So 50. So let's call this thing ms, right? Or rather 1 divided by 50. And let's bring that in. So we have to do the same code that we do here. We have to do that on the client. So it's the input direction times the fixed step times the speed for it to be correct. So we need an input direction, which we do not have, times fixed step times speed, right? Why? No, don't generate the constants. You have access to the constants in shared, you ding dong. How incredibly aggravating. But this one doesn't exist. So when we say update input, we need to store the inputs somewhere. We could return the player input from this function as well, right? So player input. And then we just do player input. From there, Yasta. Okay, so jerky thing should now be a thing of the past. Okay, we run it with the jerkiness turned on now. So if I move this, no, we don't interpolate yet. So it should still be jerky. Okay, so he's still a little bit. All right, we might want to increase the speed a little bit. It was a little bit slow then. Let's do 80. And then we have to rebuild this, obviously, otherwise they have different speeds. Okay. Whoops. I don't have the interpolation yet. Okay, so if we do this now and we run the server, we are now running it locally as well. But it's no smoother. We're just doing what we do on the server and sending that back. All right. So we have to make that happen based on that's where we're supposed to be. This is our destination. So we have to interpolate between this position and the previous position, right? So we have something, but let's have a look at this thing, right? We would have something like self.previous is sprite.position, and the current is sprite position plus this. And then we're supposed to interpolate between these two values, right? So in our update function here, we'll say we'll say sprite position is equal to lerp between the current and the previous one and the current one, and the alpha value. Would that be the step size? No, the fixed step, right? Something like that. We have to get the sprite and all that jazz, right? Then we just have to add the previous and the current one to self. And of course, if we're doing that, then we might as well add a new function to the game and generate that. Now, if we do this, it's gonna have a bit of a jerky start, right? But let's see if it's any smoother now. No, out of bounds. Why? Ah, because we don't have anything yet. That's why. Okay, so we are trying in our update function to grab something that we don't have. So if if state dot whoops player sprite ID is sprite ID invalid, then we're just going to return scene action next. Oh, there was a lot of dodgy typing. So now it exists. And look how not smooth that is, because I goofed up, right? I probably set the sprite position that I did not. We get the sprite position, then we do that. Well, what is the fixed step then? Really? I would have thought this would be smooth, right? The current is the sprite position plus the input changes. So fixed step is effectively our alpha time. No, it isn't our alpha time. But it should be the frequency for which we run this by. What is the fixed step, right? At this point, I just want to see this. Okay. So how is this? It does, but not right. It's not right. This should be, so a bit of context, this should be running at 60 frames per second, right? So this guy should be very smooth. He is not smooth at all. He's very jerky. Which again, sorry YouTube, I'm running this at 30 frames per second on YouTube. So on Twitch, you can see this is 60 FPS, but on YouTube, you cannot, right? No. It was not a case of using the wrong value. Okay, let's look at SKOG for the main one where we lerp with alpha value. Yeah, we lerp from the previous to the current. Yeah, we don't see any of that there. I am confused. One thing that I haven't done is I have not set our game to run at fixed step either. So there is a config here somewhere. Right, so this should be fix step, right? Why is this thing so shit sometimes? Okay, and that would be, can we do from sex F32? Yeah. So that should be our fixed step. I don't think that's going to have an impact on how smooth this is. Oh yeah, it does. That's it. Now he's 8 kinds of smooth, right? But notice that we don't do any reconciliation, right? He's just moving so smooth probably because the server is not lagging, okay? Look how smooth that is, man. Excelsior. All right, so I was running the server at the wrong time step. It was as simple as that. Let's introduce lags, or sorry, the client. Let's introduce lag to the server. So whenever we're gonna write something to our connection, we'll make it take a nap for some like 20 milliseconds, 250 milliseconds, I think is the one that they use here, right? So let's introduce that for our sending of our output, right? Where are we sending the world state? Here. So we do an output send, and that means that there's a connection listening for this, right? So we have world updates. So we're pushing into world updates. Push the TX here. And then the RX does a net output that we run. Okay, why don't we just introduce the lag where we send it then, right? So here, we'll do a laggy thing. Man, it hurts me to write this code. It's so groby. All right, let's see if this will have an impact on what this looks like. Oh, wow. Why? Why did that happen? Game 191. Ah, right. If we don't have that, then we just bail, right? We'll restart the server because we only want one connection because we're adding. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what if we didn't do this? Wait. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. He's moving, but he's moving wrongly. Oh, man, there must be some coffee soon. I wonder if I could like peel off the gross plastic from these. Could I do that and then make them be more fabric? Can I make my own e-cups maybe? Can I make my own coffee cups maybe? Ah, the choices. Okay, let's just plug this into charge for the time being. While we think about what we've done. Okay. Let's do this. On the server, we are gonna do this, and then we're going to send world bytes. So that's what we're gonna do on the server. We can see the rate for which this is ticking by, right? We do this so we can actually see the frames as they go up, right? And then here, updated player position, frame. That should be a lot more frequent. Yeah. All right, I unplugged the stupid idiot. Okay, let's just turn these headphones off. I have no time for you. Plug this back in again. So it's updating. It is pretty instant, but something is not right here. How's it going, Abu? It just takes mad leaps, right? Why is that? Whoops, I did not. Can I undelete that? How do I? Sorry, Abu. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, skill issue. Okay, sorry, talk. I just had to see if I had to confirm the deletions. I do not. Maybe. Hang on. Let me disable the mod interface here. Oh, no, I can't because I can't see it. Oh, my God. Boss saw the state of my face and told me to work from home this week. Nice. I see it was Nightshade. Nightshade's not here. You're not sub talk. What are you on about? I have not seen Nightshade today. No. I just accidentally click the bin icon and there's no confirmation or anything. It just deletes, right? No, I appreciate that, right? All right. As long as it's that and not a bunch of gift subs, because I have no volume on, so I can't hear the dancing bunny. I have no sound on. Okay, so this is correct. Why is it acting differently though? Because of this, yeah? So if we do this, it should be smooth, even if the server's just goofing around, yeah? Now it doesn't move at all. Why is it not moving at all now? We're doing lots of movements here. What the hell method is going on? All right, this is so weird. We have fixed step and updated player position. Are we seeing both? We do. So why is it that I can do all of this and nothing has any impact on? Oh, it is moving. Why is it moving so slowly though, right? Oh God, damn it, right. I forgot the coffee again. Thank you. I need to go and get the coffee. What the hell? Okay. This is just insane in the mainframe. So the sprite position Why is it moving so shortly? Okay, so we took the sprite and we gave it a new position. The position is calculated as the input direction times the fixed step times the speed. And on the server, we are calculated as input direction times the fixed speed and the step and the fixed speed. We're adding that to this, all right? No coffee, no progress, I believe you. I think that might be what's happening. How are they different? They are not different, right? And we are running them at the same rate. So our tick function, I mean, obviously here we're lagging, but these are running at the same rate. Okay. Okay, what if we completely ignore the server? And we say that the sprite's position plus equals this. And we don't lerp anything anywhere. Okay, so now we are disregarding the server. Now we can move. Reasonably smooth as well, right? Wait, am I using the wrong timings? That was a bit too smooth. That was a bit too smooth. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, now we're getting the updates. But I think I'm running these at different rates. It is supposed to talk. It is supposed to look like this. Because we're predicting the input on the server and then we're going to correct it with the client. So that jank is intentional. If we do this, and we lerp again, is it going to be slow and crap now? Let's turn off the verification or the source of truth here. Oh, now it's ice physics now. Wee. We've invented ice physics instead. Not what we were going for. Okay, so lerpen, the glurpen is not the glurpen. Yep. Okay. Okay, back to what it's supposed to be. So no lerpen then, right? But are we running this at the correct rate? That is the question. So our fixed step should look very similar to our delta time here. or to our time. So let's ignore you. And let's write out our fixed step and our time. These two values should be very close to each other now, right? Gil RS. Yeah, they are the same. Then this is correct. But how come we don't have to lerp it? Why is it looking so smooth when we're doing this? Yeah, that was really easy. As a matter of fact, you can see how I did this. All my entire input, mouse, keyboard, controllers are all done in this file. So the reason I have written my own wrapper around the controller, around the gamepad, this is one here, right? Can I not click on that to get a link to that? That would be super silly if I couldn't. There we go, right? There we go. So yeah, the axis delta, this, you can kind of ignore all that, right? The thing that is somewhat relevant here is, so the reason I have my own wrapper is because I wanted the convenience and being able to look at the delta values of the axis, right? So if you want to know what the axis was the last frame, I don't remember why I needed that, but I needed it for something, apparently. But yeah, this is really, it's just from here to here. And most of it, you can ignore DREF. You can look at the gamepad. Here you go. We have inner gamepad for how you use, it's the inner one that's interesting, right? Oh, the dead zone stuff was a little bit awkward as well. The way the dead zone worked. So if you get issues with your dead zone not behaving the way you want it to behave, just look at this code, right? Why is this only looking at the left stick though? I think this is wrong. I see a bug right here. This should be using that. Yeah, this one fixes the dead zone. So but I see a bug in there. So let's go to input and dead zone. And then here, that should just be axis. There we go. So now this is looking at axis, and then it's going to get the dead zone for that axis. It's going to unwrap it and choose 0. If there isn't one set, there should be one set. And then we do the max value between whatever we got out of there and 0.1. So 0 will never be 0. You will get at least 0.1 as your dead zone. This does that, right? And then we'll get the data, and then we're gonna unwrap that or 0, 0. And if the abs data is larger than the dead zone, then we get the data. Otherwise, we're just gonna treat it as 0, right? And that's just for querying the axis value, right? And then on my yeah, and then I consolidate these two. You can ignore these functions. I do the just pressed and just release as well, so you can check per frame if a button was pressed or not. But to me, that only works in my update code, right? I don't even know if this is going to be relevant anymore, right? But you can, this code alone this should be all you need to get access values that aren't insane in the mainframe, right? And then I made my own iterator over gamepads to make it a little bit easier to work with them, right? So one, the pull function can be done. So we pull within when it's about to wait event. So we pull all the gamepads at that point, update everything that was pressed and all that stuff, right? So not really a massively exciting thing. I think it's more like the iterator part of this thing that makes it convenient to use. So now you can, because I'm only trying things out with one controller. So well, there's an iterator in here somewhere, I would have thought, but apparently there isn't. It is in there somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. But more importantly, let's go and put the coffee on then. So we have the right timing now. So I think we are pretty good. Okay, so coffee. Okay. Right. Hello, Kento. It sure is. In sparkly green. Delicious. All right. Now we got coffee. All right. So, Jojo, go and do your Gil RS thing and let me know if you have any problems, right? Go and be productive. Oh, it's so good. I thought like ice and coffee would be kind of rank because coffee is supposed to be warm, but it just isn't. I guess it depends a bit on the day as well, right? Yeah, so we have well, I guess we kind of have this working now. So what happens when we add an additional player then, right? Let's add a player with the keyboard. And that should be kind of janky now. So let's go to client, cargo run. So this will be our controller instance, right? So if we use the controller, he's smooth, but he does that jerky thing, right? Oh, why is it not going anywhere? Are we not updating the server? Okay. Yes, we are. Okay. Don't care about that or that. Ah, right. Okay. I think maybe I have goofed up. No, he's moving now. Okay. He's moving and then he kind of corrects where he is based on the server. And that is supposed to be jerky right now. Let's go here and run this with some other player ident. So this should now be controlled. Not at all, because this isn't running. There we go. So this should now be controllable with the arrow keys on my keyboard. Okay. So let's run one more client here. So we should see these two behaving sort of differently, right? So with the controller, why is he not going anywhere? What in the fresh heck is this now? Okay. There we go. So we can see him move smoothly here. Except he kind of springs back as the server keeps correcting the truth, right? Although the server is doing that in the past. I don't know why we didn't get the other one updated. Let's have a look at the client code here. Yeah, that should have done it. Cracking my toes. Thinking about my woes. Should have done it. Oh, I should have done it. No, we didn't do it. All right. Bike up to the store and get some crisps. Sure. But don't we have any at home? I bribed my kid yesterday or the other day. It's like, if you bike where you're going instead of me driving you, I'll give you some money to buy snacks. But that means that you and your friend both had to buy. And my friend's like, I don't want to buy. She got really upset. She didn't want to buy. And my kid's like, but I want the snacks. The friction. The friction. Okay. But this isn't working for some reason. We're doing this. And then we're sending the data. And then we're taking a nap. Actually, we should do that, but still, I should not. It's going really well, Rensky. Now there's just some odd issue with the client, the second client not working. So I don't think this updates in this window. It does. Okay, does this update? And then here. Okay, they are exactly the same. So we know that the server is doing its job. You can see which, like, the difference between how smooth this is and if we here and we move him around. It's like whoop 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 whoop. Whoop. And the same thing with this guy, right? Smoothy and then not so smooth. Okay, I don't know. I might have just not saved after I did something, but okay. So we have the first step done now. So that is the prediction implemented. Now we're going to look for the reconciliation, which is going to stop the jerky behavior here locally. So adding reconciliation, now this thing is just smooth. Okay. So let's unpack how reconciliation is done. Reconciliation with an S, not a C. Sorry, the other way around. Just take your construction workers and fuck right off every freaking day. I have an incredibly loud ant farm outside of my window. Okay, so client side reconciliation. So is the server doing the reconciliation? The client sends direction. It only sends the input to the server, right? In the form of a vector, like north or northeast or whatever. But again, in the form of a vector. Then both the server and the client has the same formula for calculating where the player is going to be. So we have the delta, no, we have the value, the direction multiplied by the time unit, the fixed time step multiplied by the speed, right? So it's direction times time step times speed. And that happens both on the client and the server. And since these two values are the same, we always end up in the same place, right? But it looks jerky, right? If you look at the red ball, you can see how it kind of like snaps. It jumps around a little. And that is because we don't do the reconciliation. So now we're going to implement a reconciliation. So save input for later reconciliation. Okay, so pending inputs. This is every input that we have sent that the server has not come back to us with and said, hey, I got this. That's cool, man. So let's go and deal with our input for now. Where's our input? Update input. Yes, that is correct. So state update input. So we will say, oh, we already have it. Great. Input history. Cool. We should also know what frame this is at, but we're going to do this in a sort of a hacky way, right? So we don't worry about it. Yeah, and the fact is, so as I've gone through this, now I read this in multiple stages. You're absolutely right. I agree with you on that one. But they also include the source code for it. And I read it in multiple stages, and the blog without the source code in the demo is not particularly clear. It says that it sends state and updates with no definition of what those are. So it goes like, oh, but then we send updates of the world state of it. What's in those updates, right? Like there's a lot you have to extrapolate from there. So yeah, absolutely. It's a great blog. Okay, so anyway, so we push the player input into our input history. So we have that part. Let's go back to our temp. So pending inputs used for reconciliation. Let's go and look at process all method on the server. Whether if enabled, do server reconciliation. Okay, so let's look at this thing, right? Is this on the server or on the client? This is on the client. Cool beans. I've lost track of it. Fuck, I always do the same thing, right? Damn it, where are you, you reconciliator? There we go. All right, do reconciliation. Which is what we're going to do. So while J is less than pending input, length. If the sequence number is already in, okay, so we're going to look at the frame, right? So we need to say input history here, okay? So when we get messages back from the server that are for us, this is us. Okay, so we'll say state dot input history. Reconcile the violence in your heart. VMT babe. VM babe. I haven't. How you doing, babe? You good? It is bunny. It is a very lovely font. I think this is the results of coming off the meds though, isn't it? Okay, so we're gonna do history.retain. Speaking of MCPs, right? Okay, I'll read your message later. Retain what? This is input, which is player input. So input.frame is larger than. Oh, crud. We need to include the frame number here, don't we? Meow. All right. Biscuits. Player sprites. Delta. Okay, so delta. World delta. Delta players. Position player ID. Okay, let's have the frame in there as well then. Frame. So if the input, we're only gonna retain input that is newer than the frame, right? Okay, so players push write current world delta does not a frame contain. Yes. Wait, what? What's in here? Oh, play. Oh, we need the frame as well. Why is this so confusing? In players. Yeah, there's no frame, but there's a last frame there, but that's not our frame. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. Couldn't do that. World state, write current. Probably need something like self dot. No. Player dot last frame. Oh, right. Oh, no. For input, the frame is now the input frame. That is on player. And then the world delta, does it contain any players? It does. It contain. No, it does not. Crap. Then how's that supposed to work? World state. The world has players. Write current. Oh, right. There's no frame on the player. Is it last frame? Ah, there we go. Easy. Easy. Okay, but this doesn't do anything, right? So far. But let's make sure that it's actually happening, though. Right. Should just be a bunch of 0 now. No. How are there 13 inputs and then after it's like 1? Oh, because we're always sending them. Okay. Well, that's fine. And dandy. Yeah, but that is because clients have asked for it, right? Usually what I do, or what I did, is I would go somewhere, they have processes and structures in place, and I learned the process and the structures. And some of them are violently test driven and have a lot of code coverage. I've worked with religious code coverage, right? Where they're like, the code coverage is everything. And the first thing that becomes apparent when you try to achieve 100% code coverage is that you are doing something really stupid. You end up writing tests that basically test the standard library's functionality in the end, right? Like there's some code coverage. But at the same time, having something, having the ability to observe a low code coverage is really meaningful. So you look at the code base and go, this thing has 8% code coverage. You probably should spend a few moments, mashing some tests in there and, making sure the things that you dare to touch the code without it imploding, right? I do, Bunny. As a matter of fact, if I go too fast, ow, damn it, right? I got a mouse in my head now. Hello, Shader Theory, how you doing? It is really meaningful to know the code coverage, right? Here are a few meaningful things that I have learned through tacit knowledge, right? 100% code coverage is a fool's errand. You are writing tests for the sake of having the entire code, all the path visited and all the code covered, but you're doing so for the wrong reason. You're doing so to have 100% code coverage, and 100% code coverage is meaningless. There's no difference between 100% code coverage and 90% code coverage in the value of your code base, except with 100% code coverage, you are slowing down production quite a lot. Having no code coverage isn't great either. So being able to see that you have 0% code coverage, which is generally easy to see, use grep for the test keyword or whatever, right? So you are really not seeing anything meaningful with like 100% code coverage or 0% code coverage. But you having code coverage percentage will tell you, it's a little bit of a health check with the code base, right? it's a little bit of saying, I think code coverage can be measured in like, we can go with like the diet analogy here, right? So 100% code coverage is you eating nothing but vegetables and you know, high performance food, right? Like freaking celery and all that stuff. And like having no code coverage, that's like just cramming cheeseburger upon cheeseburger, right? No one should live in either of these diets, right? One is completely void of flavor and is boring, and the other one is just an early gray, right? So having some code coverage is good, but the number shouldn't be, it shouldn't be a destination, right? The code coverage should not be a destination, right? Has anyone ever seen 100% code base? Yeah, it usually starts off with 100%, right? Because you have Hello World and you write a test for it because you're a TDD shop and you're very proud of it, right? But the thing is, like I said, I go where the wind blows. No, I do what my client does when I start with something. I look at what they're doing and I follow what they're doing. I will tell them my opinions because this is generally what one of the things that people pay me for. You're getting this shit for free, people, right? You're getting consulting for free. Don't eat babies. Another really good piece of advice right there. Free consulting. But yeah, no, code coverage and testing without thinking about what it is that you're covering and testing is also meaningless. But yeah, do what people where you work, do what they are doing, understand why they ended up in that situation before you say code coverage is dumb or test-driven development is the only way to go or writing tests are for nerds with safety obsessions, right? Write tests for shit that if regression happens, it would be a problem. Hello, Neil Pointer. No, but there's some famous sayings about tests only showing the absence of your foreskin or whatever it is. I don't remember. But no, there's reasons to write tests. There's reason to be religious almost about the quality of the software, and then there are reasons not to be. It's like, it's sometimes you should wear a suit and tie, but if you're gonna go for a swim, it's a pretty stupid outfit, right? Okay. Back to this thing, right? So we got the input history sorted. Now, what are we supposed to do with the input history? Oh, we're supposed to apply this. Oh, this is kind of freaky, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it is. And this is where it gets a little bit strange now. So we're supposed to go through our history for input in state.input history. I guess we can do that so Rust is happy. And then we're supposed to apply this, right? This is how we apply it. But you can see this as well as I can, that this is insane because we're doing this and then we're doing this. So what are we even doing, right? If we were to run this thing's gonna jump around like a loon, right? Why is it not jumping around like a loon? Okay, it's doing a little bit. Oh, there you go. There you go, right? Ooh, Nelly. Okay. Very, very jerky. Very silly. Okay. Let's grab some debug text so we can actually see what we're doing. How many inputs we're applying here, right? You know what? Maybe we don't even bother with that. Let's just keep reading. Not processed by the server yet. Reapplied. But applying the input is a really silly function, right? It does that. So we've done this. We've done this here, and then we're doing it somewhere else. I don't remember where, but we're doing it somewhere else. And that is upsetting. Poor Sea of Thieves, man. I hear a lot of fun things about them. Yeah. Okay. Right, but there's something not right here. So we are missing this. If we do reconciliation, then we're just reapplying the input. I don't know what that means. Rare got the Microsoft acquisition special. Oh, is that Rare? Is that the name of the publisher or the developer studio or what? I don't know. I know very little about game. This is very much it's the studio that makes Sea of Thieves. Okay, right, yeah. I'm like, this is my foray into games, the world of games. I play games, but not. They got bought by Big Slop, yeah. Oh, Rensky. Where is this thing? Hang on, I got a link for you. I got a link for you. And you can read this. Read it and weep. Okay. So we're applying the input. And so this is where I'm getting confused, right? Because we're applying this input twice. Yeah. So we process server messages, then we do the input, right? And then we process inputs. So first we process server messages. Okay. So we have now applied this input that we get from the server. And then we're going to process inputs. And what do we do when we process inputs? If we have reconciliation turned on, no, if we have prediction turned on, we apply the input again, right? Rare made great games. What have they done, right? I have my dev end up on CacheOS now. Let's see if I can get OBS working so I can stream again. Do it. Do it. Stream Rust, you little bitch. Not just like fun things talk. Stream the pain. We wanna visit you and see the tears. Battletoads? Oh, Battletoads. That was an easy game, right? And Perfect Dark. Yeah, I never got into the N64 stuff. I thought I didn't like the graphics, right? Of Nintendo 64. I thought like the PlayStation and such had more going for it. Although PlayStation is more aligned with GameCube, isn't it? Like, chronologically speaking. So I don't know what came. So the GameCube and the PS, they were they the same? Or was it PS2 and GameCube? I don't know. But N64 was a little bit like, neh, right? GameCube was gold. Anyway, so if we do client-side prediction, we apply the input. And this is where the confusion is, right? They bought rare game tools for this. Yeah. Yeah, you see. It's so you're losing blueprints, but that's okay. You get MCP instead, Rensky. So instead of you drawing your diagrams, you can just speak your diagrams, right? and they want everything to be Fortnite. It sounds like they're like, look, but not everything has to be Fortnite, but everything's Fortnite. Everything is Fortnite. Well, I think that's why they get if you read the end of that article, the bottom of it, you see that they're actually getting rid of blueprints. So I think the reason they're getting rid of blueprints is because blueprints are visual for humans, and MCP or lemming code doesn't quite work with visual stuff, right? So since they want to embrace that, again, nothing wrong if you like vibe coding, you do you, right? But I think that's the thing, right? That they are, because they're doing that, it gets a little bit sketchy, right? But yeah, okay, we are pushing the pending input, but it's not happening, right? Vibe code these nuts, damn it! Creativity and production multipliers with your preferred models. Yeah, I think the only thing that made me like really, that sort of like grates me a little bit with that is that they seem to put creativity and outsourcing in the same box. And yeah, they're not mutually exclusive, but when I think about creativity in game, I'm thinking about the music and the graphics, and more importantly, a clever game loop, right? A captivating game loop. And yeah, I guess you could come up with a game loop and iterate over that, and just because something is hard doesn't necessarily make it more valuable to a consumer, but it would be for you though, right? Too right, Wombat. Creativity multiplier times 0.2, maybe, right? It's like saying a boss feels creative while he commands his junior devs. It's a little bit like this, but you can be creative from that perspective, right? So you can have a vision where you think like, oh, I want a game where you play as a thermos cup and you have to like constantly press the button to keep it warm, and if it gets cold, the owner will throw you in the bin and you lose, right? And that's your grand game vision. And you don't have to write the code for this vision to become, right? You could just speak your vision and it will appear. Maybe not how you envisage it, but kind of close to. I sincerely doubt I just gotta leave that there, right? No. But you can be creative, you can have a vision, and you don't have the capacity to execute your vision the way an artist, a musician, and a programmer could have done if you paid them actual money and treated them like human garbage, right? Which is, I guess, how it is. Maybe we should be happy that like all this vibe code stuff is just like maybe you'll like take the crunch time out of the developer. I just love that all the software is produced now that no one uses, and people that realize that no one uses what they have produced. At the same time, I spoke to someone who has vibe coded a project, and they have, I think they are selling this project now into something that's going to. They vibe coded something. They are now going to make this more stable, but they are showing this vibe coded thing to people who want to buy it, where it's going to be worked on and solidified, right? So there's that, right? They are making it more lemming friendly, and they're taking out the blueprints. So blueprint developers will have to become vibe coders, basically. Either that, or you have to learn their language, which has no use outside of Unreal Engine. So that's a win for everyone. Don't you love it? It's like Dart, right? Why do you know Dart? Because of Flutter. Oh, where else is it useful? Because of Flutter. Yeah, but can you use anywhere else? Yeah, with Flutter. Okay. What? Inputs, push, got it. But this is what's confusing me, right? This means that we apply the same input twice, right? Pending inputs. This is really confusing. Yeah, I mean, maybe we are making software just more ephemeral, right? I think Wombat, the way I look at it is not necessarily vibe coders, and I'm not gonna have this. I'm not gonna repeat. You guys, you're like, oh, not the fucking boxes again, right? Okay, Wombat. To keep it succinct, there are people who like programming, and there are people who want to see the end result. And the people who want to see the end result but don't care about the journey or the programming, those are probably the ones that we can refer to as vibe coders in this conversation. But okay, I am a little bit confused by this. Because we are applying the same input twice here, right? Or am I bananas or what? Well, thank you, I guess, Talk. I think we need an illustration. There you go. They're not the same. They shouldn't be the same. Okay, but definitely bananas, right? I think Wombat, in situations like that, it might, I don't know the circumstances, right? But if I saw that, I would say to the junior, it is okay that you are a junior developer. You will not always be a junior developer if you learn how to code. Okay. So embrace being a junior developer and don't feel like you have to output the same as a senior developer. So don't make me read a bunch of LLM generated stuff, right? I think I have the world record now, Rensky, right? Picasso, you're born. You're reborn. All right. Oh, damn it. Thank you for the follow, Kevin. All right. We have too many people named Kevin in our community now that we can use Kevin as the arbitrary archetype of destruction, right? All right. But meanwhile, in the real world where me and Andrew Tate exist, right? Have you guys paid your monthly subscription to Escape the Matrix? Right, so you can remove your mandatory incel status through misogyny, mistreating women. Right. Anyway, what? Apply input seemed to be happening twice. If anyone didn't understand, that was, you shouldn't have to say this, but since people like that exist and young kids are giving them money, I guess I have to really stretch this, like really tell you that was a joke, right? All right. Apply input is okay. So this has to be happening twice, right? I am not mad or any madder than you. If we do reconciliation, apply any input that has not been processed by the server. Oh, but Talk, to be fair, would you fly in a plane that, me or anyone else out there would have written code for, right? There's a big leap between those two, right? The circumstance that management really wants us to use AI, so there's no pushback to agentic workflow, and it's a project that's financially tight. So using a ton of time in PR makes the customer mad. Yeah, I mean, like, you are describing what is happening to basically any software outfit anywhere these days, Wombat, right? This is when my Discord server is full of people. We have a venting channel, people who are frustrated, depressed, angry, sad because management that never understood why box A programmers became programmers. They don't understand or care. So they're making them into box B programmers. And this is making a lot of people unhappy and sad, right? You are taking people who enjoyed the process and you're taking the process away. So you are left with only the boring shit, right? Which could be reviewing code, looking for bugs in something that you didn't even write. Right? Someone else wrote it or something else wrote it. And now your job, instead of coming up with creative solution, which was the reason a lot of us became programmers in the first place, your job is now to sit and read random code. Right? It's soul crushing for box A programmers. For box B programmers, it's nothing. It's a blessing, right? You at least spend 1,000 hours on stupid edge cases. I love it, man. But like I said, I'm a box A programmer. There's nothing wrong with box A or box B programmers. It's just that they are different. And that has to be noted at this point, right? No recursion ever. So are they not even allowed to do like stack-based recursion, right? Where you solve. I don't think that's possible, Enrico, right? Surely they have something where they write the recursion as a loop with a maximum depth or something like that, right? Because I can't see how well, I guess there's a difference between recursion. I think they must solve recursion through iteration then, right? And there's like a maximum stack depth or something in whatever they write, right? The max wasn't a software error. It was a system that existed. Boeing did not tell pilots about it. All right. Imagine being responsible for shipping Airbus avionics and all the fly-by-wire code. I'm sweating just thinking about. Yeah, that's one of those things that I do not have it in me, right? Even if an outfit like an auto maker or whatever would be like, oh, we'll hire you to come and write code for this thing, I'll be like, no, okay. And like, but don't worry about it. We check everything, so still no, right? I wouldn't touch any of that stuff because I couldn't sleep at night if I wrote a line of code for something and then people died as a result of something stupid, right? But I just wrote the randomizer function for the built-in MP3 player. It's like, yeah, that's the one that malfunctioned and caused the car to eat 5 babies, right? It's just like, right? Because of that MP3 player. Stack-based recursion. They use iteration and stack. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So your recursion is a little bit more observable, right? They use iteration, but it must be provable that it ends. Yep. So you have a max there, right? I am now sick with always writing and recursion using a stack. I bet you are, Dreadify. There's a good paper they wrote on it. I have written code that could affect people's physical lives. I mean, you're affecting our lives with your code, whether you want to or not, right? I was gonna make a joke, but fuck it, do I care, right? But yeah. So, for those of you who don't know, any recursive function can be replaced by with a loop and a stack, right? And there are multiple things out there if you want to see how it's done. If my software fails can lead to actual death, let's just inject that you write Java for a living as well. So we're already tethering on the edge here, right? All right, I'm joshing with you. All right, but can we take a moment and observe this thing, right? We are applying the input twice. How does that compute? When applying the input is not an idempotent operation, right? Meaning apply the input, you get the same result. No, this is actually moving it, right? That's another streamer, Rensky. Although he doesn't do medical supplies anymore. I think he works with something else now. Okay. This is on the server. This is on the client now. I am so confused by this. We apply the input and then we add that input into pending inputs. So if the server hasn't acted this input, it hasn't acknowledged this input, we are going to apply it twice. Prove me wrong, people, because I don't see it. All right. If you want to see what I'm looking at, then go to this page and look at the source. All right. Look at the source in here and tell me that we are not applying the same input twice. All right. Once when we do the process input, if we have client-side prediction, which we do, and once from server reconciliation, once if we have server reconciliation. Have I finished my coffee already as well? There is nothing left. There's no joy left in life, and I got some coffee in my face. So now what do we do? Now what do we do, right? We're stuck like a duck. Reconciliation and prediction. We have reconciliation and prediction, and it looks smooth as butter, even though we have an insane lag. Let's add a 250 millisecond lag. What is it that I'm missing here? Do I do this full time? Talk about box A and box B programmers? Seems like it at this point. But yes, it's probably the answer to your question. Okay, so there has to be something else that is missing here. This is what is missing. Yeah. Okay, I'm an idiot. Don't tell anyone. We have to update the position and then we reapply that input from that position. I knew that. You knew that. We were all just keeping the secret for fun. Fuck, that's what we're doing. Then why is it not working? We are updating the position. And then we're applying this for all the inputs that hasn't been processed. Why is this not working? We are taking the position. Do I need to add an equal sign here? Is that what it is? So the frame, no, that one has been act, right? So it's not, all right, this, I don't see anything wrong with this, and yet it is not working. Look at him jumping around like the little blue blood that he is, right? It's not supposed to do that. Whoops. A bit of subconscious aggression there, right? So move, stop. He's just jumping around like it's going out of style, right? He's not supposed to do that. Why is he doing that? Does the position in Delta players get updated? Where are Delta players? Delta players. I can't answer that question because I don't understand what you mean. We set the position, but we don't. Okay. Here's the thing. Should I just start posting these as YouTube Shorts, Wixer? Right? Like it would be like L takes for half the universe, right? So we could capitalize on that. No, I meant me. Should I post them on my YouTube channel? Everyone has YouTube, Wixer. You just need ad block. You just need uBlock Origin and some patience. Okay, so maybe. Well, it's where we are in time. That means I'm gonna have to go and look through them, what they do, Wixer. So that's it's not like like just to show them me saying nothing but eat more babies, and then people be like, oh, that guy, he wants us to eat babies and says he's on the internet. He must be telling the truth. And then the news next day: 5 babies eaten by a car. Asshole streamer to blame. So many people are doom scrolling and playing games. That's depressing, right? Like, I didn't get the doom scrolling thing. I get that people do it, but especially on like Twitter, you're intentionally, I think it's like huffing gasoline, right? You're intentionally exposing your brain to something that's going to make you or lead to inevitable depression, right? Like you're filtering the world through a sewage pipe, expecting it to taste good, right? You're consuming a worldview that has nothing. If you go outside tomorrow, right? If you read Twitter for a day, you'd be like, oh my God, everything's on fire. And then you go outside the next day, you'd expect something very different, right? Doom scrolling is such a, I think I said this in the past as well. I think Twitter should have to pay damages for psychological damages that has been caused since the popularity of the platform. It started off with like, oh, you can only write 140 characters. You're basically writing a text message. I never understood that. I thought it was like so profoundly stupid, right? But apparently you can cram out a lot of stuff in 140 characters. But that stuff is going to be mostly sarcastic or caustic, right? So it's a lot easier to be snide, sarcastic, or toxic in short form, right? Rather than trying to convey something meaningful, right? So you can take the Unreal Engine blog post, right? You can link to that and then just add another nail in the coffin of programmers or whatever hyperbole or whatever you want to put in there, right? You can do that. But it's going to be really difficult to express something positive about that, right? So if you want to go down there, oh, Unreal Engine is now becoming more approachable to new programmers. Even if you wrote that, the replies that you would get from that would basically be the equivalent of a punch in the face, right? From 100,000 people, if people care about you that much, right? So Twitter is designed to amplify the negative and depressing and sarcastic state of anything that is pointing to, right? It is so bad that I think that if we could look at the damage done to people as a result of Twitter, I think the numbers would be a lot more terrifying than maybe some people think they are, right? I think the damage is, and it's not, it's like smoking, right? You do a little bit, you smoke a little bit and you be like, this is fine, right? I got no lung cancer ever. But if you expose yourself to this over a long period of time, you can't say when in a smoker's life, the smoking actually started to become physically damaging. Like I mean, the hairs on your lungs, they're supposed to collect all the bullshit, kind of gets fucked up with the tar or whatever it is, right? And you're addicted to nicotine eventually. So, but smoking once ain't gonna kill you, right? You don't really know when smoking reached a point where it's like, oh, now the damage is, first of all, you can't recover from the damage or anything like that. You don't know when that happens, right? There is no like, oh, that 3rd of June. Yeah, that's when I had reached the point of smoking where I'm fucked for the rest of my life now. I'm at that age where my body will never recover from this. You're not going to know when that happened. The same thing with Twitter. You don't know what moment in time was like the turning point, but it exists for a lot of people, I'm sure. There's psychological damage that comes from it, man. And it is net negative. The product is net negative, right? My whole life is doom scrolling. I live in the US. And how do you feel about that, Scott, right? Like, how do you think you would feel if you stopped doom scrolling, right? I encourage anyone, right? So I'll do this, right? Is Twitter an exception, or should the same be applied to all social media? Twitter is probably one of the worst ones, right? Twitter is probably one of the worst ones. Sorry, let me do this. Let me learn how to spell first, right? Okay. I would urge anyone to try that last link that my bot posted, which is basically take 2 days, take the weekend, and be without internet for the start of the day and see how productive you get and see how well you will be, right? Social media in general can be good. It can be bad, right? But like I said, Twitter specifically is something that is designed for snide comments, sarcasm, quips, basically, right? If you can do like a drive-by fuck you to someone and look good doing it, right? You will. That's what Twitter is for, right? No one cares about the good work, George. Well done. You did something amazing here, and what a fantastic thing you got going over here, right? Anything that is positive is like a magnet for the snark, right? It's a little bit like the life of teenagers, right? You might be there, or you might remember what it was like to be there, right? But you will be attacked if you openly like something. You'd be like, oh, Die Hard, what an amazing movie. And then everyone's like, what a shit movie. It's an action movie with no substance. Bruce Willis was actually a racist dog in that movie. You find out later on that he ate 5 babies. I don't know. I was talking about like something with someone about like an old Bond movie, right? And the entire conversation just went like, Sean Connery is a bad person. Like, but I was talking about the Bond movie, not how we should invite Gary Glitter to be a fucking babysitters, right? Now, it's like, it's just whatever you do, right? Whatever you do or say about, oh, I like this, I like Die Hard. You'll be like, I like Die Hard. And then people will be like, that's not a real Christmas movie. And that thing was racist, or like, that's so unrealistic. And Oh, look at this asshole. He's like school in summer, no class, right? Like those snide remarks, thank you, Scrubs. Those snide remarks are basically what drives it, because people read these things and be like, that was clever, I like this, right? No one cares about me going like, Die Hard was a cool movie, right? I mean, whether I think so or not is irrelevant, right? But as a teenager, which I am clearly not, right? But teenagers live like that. They are constantly looking over their shoulder. They're afraid that the thing they like is gonna be like, let's say that you're a teenager and you're hanging out with like your younger cousins or whatever, you're playing tag or whatever, and then you meet up with your friends at school and they'll be like, how was your weekend? As they say by the water cooler while they drink their coffee, because being a teenager is also working in an office. And be like, my nephew was over, my cousin were over, and we were playing tag. And then be like, you like playing kids game, you childish, and now you're fucked for the rest of your life, right? Because you be like that freak who like to hang out with little kids. You can't have friends your own age. Whatever damage there is, it will be done to you, right? Being young is terrible, right? But so is also Twitter, right? Whatever you do, if someone can do a drive-by fuck you, they will, and if they are clever in the wording, you are fucked, man. Like, you're not coming out of that one with clean pants, basically, right? So yes, Twitter is terrible. Snapchat probably also completely fucked. I mean, if you use Snapchat and you'd be like, they delete the picture, you are not that naive, right? You are not that naive. I think Snapchat is basically corrupting the next generation, right? They are making kids obsessed with their appearance, and to what I understand, so the thing is, on the surface, this doesn't look bad, right? You'd be like, lots of kids in the gym now, right? When I was a kid, we'd get drunk and, I don't know, do whatever we did, right? Get drunk, build a fort, I don't know. Things were different when I was 3, right? But kids these, they don't go out drinking or partying or doing whatever weird things that we did. No, they take care of their bodies, they eat well, they exercise 5 times a day, but they do so because they're fucked, right? Not because like, I like to take care of myself because I want to have mobility when I'm, 60, 70, 80 or whatever. No, it's if I don't look good, I'm not going to get enough likes, okay? That's why kids go to the gym. So they can have their Instagram account where they shoot Trembolone or whatever and just fuck their bodies up by the age of 18, 19, so they can get likes. So people like them, right? Fuck, man. Like underage drinking or Snapchat. I don't know which one is going to fuck you up more, right? No, it's terrible. Then we have these social networks like Twitch. Oh, they are the worst. Every bloody asshole on Twitch always got something to say. But you know what's different between Twitch and that like weird screaming naked guy in the street corner? He doesn't have a camera, right? And that and I have pants, right? What do I know, right? Train hard, eat clean, Anwar give up. My niece mentioned this. She doesn't drink because she's afraid to do something stupid and ends up on camera forever. Right? I've stopped listening to any network news or social media. I don't comment on YouTube often. No, god damn, YouTube comment. I got a YouTube comment. I'm going to show this to you guys because this guy is my hero. Okay. Can I not go to YouTube? Is that not possible? All right, hang on. Let me just see if this is possible. To show you, right? Okay. No, you can't do anything, right? With that. Okay, here you go. I found this genuinely so interesting. How do you start learning code? I found this genuinely so interesting. That is the nicest thing anyone has ever said, right? In a YouTube comment, right? I got like YouTube comments that are like, why Rust is a stupid language or whatever it is. Like, it's always like something. as if some YouTube comments are so deranged, like I'm gonna go back in time and re-record my video because of your fucked up opinion, right? Go back to Twitter. Right? Now, but that was so wholesome that they said that, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna keep posting these videos on YouTube, right? There are people out there who write comments that makes me just want to flush the whole thing down the toilet and be like, oh my God. Right? And it's not just on my videos. Like people write comments and that makes me think that you are all clinically insane. Every one of you out there, right? Everyone else is mad. I am the one who's sane. Shit, I just pushed a bunch of buttons. What does this one do? No. All right. Now, obviously not. Right? No, but it just said that they just said that they seemed interesting. Like they found this genuinely interesting is what they said, right? And like this is how the thing is, I'm no different than you, okay? Except one thing. I don't write the comment, right? If I'm watching a video going like, why did you do it that way? That is such a weird way of doing it. Why did you do it that way? But then I take that comment and then I keep it on the inside where you should keep those comments, right? Because me telling someone else, someone who's a programmer who is arguably worse or better than me, it doesn't matter, right? But they're doing something that I don't agree with. And rather than me going, well, actually, what you should have done here instead, I just take that comment and I put it back inside where it belongs. Because I'm not there to educate someone through the comment. Do you think the YouTube comment section is an educational platform? Right? If you think that, then I hate to know what your school was like, right? That must have been pretty damn fantastic. Yeah, no, I gave the teacher 2 likes today, right? It was pretty good. And then a bit of, thumbs up and all that, right? If you ever feel lonely, poor, depressed, or anxious, just comfort yourself with the soothing knowledge that Elon Musk has $1 trillion. But money doesn't do anything for me, Rensky, right? I find it such a weak motivator. Most reasons people make money, right? What a sentence that was, right? The main reason people make money, or more than they need, is because of some form of buying happiness, right? They're like, oh, I have a lot of money. I can buy a new car. I can buy a pair of headphones that doesn't look like they've been flushed down the toilet 18 times. I can buy the latest phone. I don't know what this is. Maybe I'll eat it later off stream. Like, that's unhappiness, right? Not having any money, not being able to pay the bills. Yeah, that's fucked, man. That is not the path to happiness, right? Like stressing over money will fuck up relationships, all kinds of things, right? But making more money than you need, if you instead spend the time you spend making money working on things that makes you happy. In my world, that's very easy. It's just creative outlets, right? Fucking up old furniture, writing terrible game engines, whatever it is. So, whoops, I said the E word. Cancel. All right, writing terrible games, whatever it is, right? Whatever it works for you, right? That is better spent than making money, right? Let's say that you can make N number of coin every month. What if you cut that by 20%? You take a pay cut of 20%. And I have done this. I have taken less paying jobs that are more interesting than the higher paying ones, right? I stay clear of anything that has to do with gambling or banking these days. I wouldn't touch that shit with a 6-foot barge pole, right? So if you could cut your salary by 20%, but you were guaranteed a 20% increase in happiness, would you not do that? I mean, obviously there's no such guarantee, right? But the point is that how we weigh this, right? The notion of money, right? I assume you have enough money to live comfortably though? Well, hello D3, how you doing, buddy? Depends on what you mean comfortably, right? I buy basically the cheapest tea you could possibly drink. All my clothes they're not secondhand, but you're not going to find any Armani in my wardrobe, okay? Basically, all the things I buy are the low price version of it. As a matter of fact, I take some perverted pleasure in constructing cheap nutritional meals for myself. Like I will just fuck around with ingredients to get to the point where this is cheap and it's nutritional. because it's easy to pick one over the other. Cheap, junk food. Nutritional, produce, vegetables, expensive, right? Fish costs an arm and a leg and tastes like fish, right? So whether that's comfort or not, I don't know, right? I don't buy new furniture. I take things that people are done with and I repurpose them, right? This is a lovely oak desk I have. I have made a lot of this crap around. Well, actually, this thing is from IKEA, right? And I actually did buy that, but it's actually wood though, right? It's wood. So no, I don't have what a lot of people would consider a comfortable lifestyle, but I am content and I'm happy. And isn't that what we all want, right? Isn't that why we all joined this cult in the first place, right? I think it's really, really pleasant to repurpose something, right? That said, I did spend a lot of money on certain things in life. Some while I had money, some when I shouldn't have because I didn't have a lot of money, right? But now my laptop is older than half the people in chat. That's not true. That would mean that half of you is 8 or 9 years old, and I can't see this content being for you if that's the case. But it's old, right? I don't care about things like the latest phone. This phone has seen better days. I dropped it a few times and I stepped on it, so it's really bodged now. And if this thing breaks, I'll get my old phone that's down there somewhere and just start using that, even though it's probably slow as sin, right? I'm sorry, Filiak. I'll try. I'll be better. Money's fake. Buy crypto. Yeah. Sweet potatoes are your friend. Oh yeah, sweet potatoes are great, man. Sweet potatoes, not to be confused with yams. Those are two separate things. Sweet potatoes are, they go a long way, right? They add sweetness, hence the name. They're not going to give you the same crunch as if you throw a couple of chips in the fire for 2 years, but they'll get you there, right? Sweet potatoes are a lot better than you think, maybe. Okay, so the question was, yeah, I have a, do you happen to remember the MB PR of mine that I kept going on forever? Finally tried to go spicy pill on me, got rid of it. Really? So when you say MBPR, do you mean a MacBook Pro Retina? Is that what it is? Am I right there, D3? All right, enjoy, Enrico. Oh man, don't say food, man. I need food. It's holy ghost pants, Batman. Wow, how long have I been streaming for? Only 5 hours. Okay, right. Yeah, I have a couple of those down here. Right. This is my old MBA, right? I use these for props in videos instead, right? These things aren't ever going to be running anything ever again. I don't think half of these would even boot up. I really like this one though. The bevel is massive, right? What? And the doxing keyboards, right? You can see, you'd be like, oh, I recognize that keyboard layout. I know what country that is from, right? But look at the bevel on this thing, right? Is it bevel or bezel? Is it the bezel? Shit, words, right? This thing is massive, right? You can see my lights back here. Again, purchased when I had money, okay? So, but yeah. But have you not noticed that new technology is pretty shit, right? This is probably one of the best sound recording devices you can get for a normal amount of money, right? This was probably about 200 odd pounds when it was new. But this thing is still really good for doing things like folder recording. Don't use this for streaming. That's definitely not the right thing for streaming. But for folder recordings and stuff, this is great, right? My audio device is new and it is full of bugs and bullshit, right? There's a little new technology that I'm excited about. One thing that's come out recently that I am a little bit intrigued by, but that is more because the ecosystem to follow, right? It's the Steam controller, right? Steam is doing a lot of good for gaming, right? They're a business, they're going to make money, they're not your friends, of course, but they're doing a lot of good for gaming, right? gaming on Linux is basically miles ahead of where it would have been if the Steam Deck wouldn't have been a thing, right? Steam Deck, Proton, Wine. Obviously, Steam is not responsible for Wine, right? But all these things put together makes gaming on Linux a reality. Not only that, but Steam actively promotes gaming on Linux. You have one of the largest gaming company or gaming providers, I don't know, what do we call them? Game providers out there is promoting Linux as the main platform, right? That's just wild, right? No, this is a Zoom H4n, right? I have the Steam controller, honestly, best controller I've ever used. It's expensive, but it's the only new tech that I think is interesting. The latest new tech I bought was this mouse. I think it's about $60 or $50. It's wireless. The batteries are, whoopsie. The batteries are normal AAA batteries, nothing exciting there. Not like the mouse I had before this, which was expensive and broke after a year, right? These headphones are really old. There's the first, I think it's the first, or this is the first or second generation of Bose Quiet Comfort 35, right? Probably it's the first generation. Bought it for my wife years ago. Then my kid took over these things and my wife got the XM4s. And now I took these because my kid has AirPods since then for some reason. And they're still going strong. The battery is fine. They're going strong and they're very light compared to any other headphones I've had, right? Not my favorite pair of headphones, but pretty decent for what they are, right? Technology, new technology is so disinteresting. You look at anything coming out of Apple and they're like, oh, look, glass and Apple Intelligence. What the fuck are you doing, right? Apple was really, really good when they came out and marketed the iPod, right? That was like this massive thing, right? And then they came out with the iPhone and oh my God, is that a stupid looking device or what, right? So we had like Windows XE phones and stuff before that. So the nerds around the world, they looked at the iPhone going like, what are you, stupid? You can't access the file system. What does this thing do, right? What does Apple do? They make it into such a success that Apple becomes a mobile phone company, right? So the iPhone 2 comes out, it's much better. The iPhone 3GS comes out. Now I have one. How did that happen, right? It is really good. It has good gaming. It has a nice form factor. There's everything to like about this thing, right? It was just straight up amazing. The 3GS, the 4GS or whatever was good. 6S Plus is a bit so-so, but what do they come out with now? Nothing. There is nothing in a $999 monitor stand is like the most memorable thing of Apple as of late, right? That and a bunch of tech fiascos. There is nothing interesting coming out of there, right? They laid the foundation for mobile gaming. Before that, there weren't apps on phones in that sense. You had to like J2EE or whatever, right? Where you could write some Java code to run on your shitty monochrome screen phone or whatever, right? But no one was excited about that. There was no market for it. But Apple, I made my career doing mobile dev. I branched away from doing one kind of dev into another when Apple, it was like 2013 or 2009 maybe, I don't remember, right? Bought a Mac, paid for a license, cried over provisioning certificates as much as the next guy, and wrote mobile apps at £450 a day, right? Back in like 2009 or whatever, right? That was wild, right? That was great. Loved it. That's what Apple did, but what do they do now? There's nothing. Their headset, what a failure that was. All right, what is Apple doing now that you feel like, wow, you are breaking new ground again, right? They are a company that introduced their own line of computers and made them mainstream, right? One company. Meanwhile, on the other end, we have like all kinds of different computer manufacturers, like Dell, HP, IBM, whatever, like lots of different ones, and then Apple. They weren't even compatible for the longest of time, right? But then all of a sudden they threw Intel chip in there, and all of a sudden Apple was a lot more attractive, right? But so they made the whole thing, and they captured the design market, right? And that's what they were doing, right? The sleek, nice devices, pricey, but they had a quality feel to it, right? I remember this freakishly large Sony laptop I had. It had more RAM than a laptop should have. It was probably a desktop that someone had just crammed into a laptop, right? Large, bulky, lots of raw performance. And then Apple's MacBook Pro. Smooth, sleek, amazing display, just felt good to use. And I looked at this like raw power Sony laptop thinking, what a piece of shit you are, right? Apple got it right. They knew what they were doing. Now, I don't think they could do anything. I think they're confused, right? They didn't even know where they are anymore. They're like, what are we? A mobile phone company? Why are we making a monitor stand for $1,000? Who is this for, right? Who is this for? They make really expensive things, but they're not the sleek thing anymore, right? They're not like what the MacBook Pro was. You remember probably a 13-inch MacBook Pro or 15 if you were that inclined. If you're a program, I remember this guy turning up at a business meeting once, and he had an 11-inch MacBook Air, and I was like, "You work on that thing?" He goes, "Yeah," and there was a bit of envy there. I was like, "Can I take him in a fight? Can I take that thing?" It was a bit larger than me, so I had to let it go. No, but in 11-inch MacBook Pro, and I was like, that's not impossible to work on, right? One terminal, a bit of Vim in there, looks pretty good. Right? I wouldn't buy an 11-inch MacBook Pro today, but you know, no. I think it was it's their time to shine is long gone. I have no idea how they're gonna come back to what they were, but once you garner a reputation, you look at something like you all know about the IBM ThinkPads. Right? Some of you are sweating over these things these days, right? No idea that they've long since moved past it, right? IBM ThinkPad, the upgradable laptop, right? That's amazing. And now the ThinkPad is some kind of Lenovo mutation. There's nothing left of that, right? But the ThinkPad garnered a reputation. You can buy this secondhand, run Linux on it, it's highly compatible, secondhand laptop, buy a new battery for it, some RAM, you're off to the races, right? Amazing value, right? So much so that they become iconic. The people still buy them. They are vastly underpowered. Don't buy a used ThinkPad unless you want it just so you can say, "Oh, I have a ThinkPad," right? If that's your jam, then go for it, right? But a ThinkPad is, it's vastly underpowered compared to what you can get for a fraction of the price today. But they managed to make a name for themselves. So now people look at Lenovo ThinkPads and be like, "Oh yeah, this like highly Linux compatible." No. That is nothing like what the IBM ThinkPad was. The new ThinkPad has nothing to do with that, right? Very, very different thing, right? Same thing with Apple. They managed to come out with like all this sleek, nicely designed whatever, but most of us look at that and go, "You're not bringing anything new to the table." And the only reason people buy this is because they are not even loyal to a brand, because now all their hardware is Apple, so they need to use Apple. It's just, there's no reason for them anymore, right? They're not innovating in anything. They're not groundbreaking with design. There's nothing exciting, right, coming out of Apple. It's just depressing, right? And I'd be happy to tell you, I was a massive fan of Apple, right? But back in 2009 or whatever, I would buy the MacBook Pro stuff. I have a really chunky old one, right? And I was like, yeah, this stuff is great. Decent battery life compared to Linux on a laptop without any pre-configuration or with a post-laptop configuration, right? Apple stuff was just great. And, you got something that feels a little bit Linuxy, right? You run iTerm and full screen, iTerm 2, I think, right? Full screen, and you pretend that you're not using Mac OS instead, right? But now they have nothing, right? They have nothing to offer, right? People stay with them for some brand loyalty, or they just don't want to deal with the other side of this, right? Is one of these not on? Oh, okay. Fix it. There you go. Stay put. Very good. What would I recommend today, laptop-wise? That is hard to say. The landscape looks very differently, right? 1 second. There you go, D3. The landscape looks very different these days, right? It was back in the day, you would buy a laptop, but before you bought it, you'd be like, does this thing run Linux? And there was like laptop Linux compatibility tables. So you look at that before you invest in an Acer or whatever you could afford, right? These days, most laptops can run Linux, right? Dell XPS has Dell. Dell's a company that had a reputation for being shit. Dell, let's see if we can find the iconic Dell laptop circa 2006, maybe? Well, I was off by 20 years. The one with the white edge. This one. This laptop was so bad that this white thing here, this edge here, it would easily start to just peel off. This laptop was terrible, right? And also a bit of an iconic Dell laptop. But these days, you have the Dell XPS 13 Ubuntu, right? It's a very sleek laptop that comes with Ubuntu pre-installed, right? This is not a bad laptop, right? I don't know where they are price-wise compared to System 76 or Framework or whatever. I also don't know how good Framework's customer service is, though, because I've heard bad things about them, but what tech company have you not heard bad things about, right? But we do want to hold Frameworks and the likes to a little bit of a higher standard because they are positioning themselves with us as their clientele, right? When someone says, listen, nerds, we want your business. And nerds are very critical to things. Annoyingly so. Is this thing Linux compatible? What's the battery life? Can it run this arbitrary software written in 1975 by a guy who's actually 2 horses in a trench coat, right? Like all these things, right? And also when a company goes out and says, no, we made this product for you, we're the humane computer company, right? Then you are extra critical when they fuck up, right? Any controversy, right? If Google Chrome steals your personal data, that's a day in life of Google. If Firefox does it, you're going to be pissed off. When Brave fucked you over, you're not going to tolerate that, right? They're like, oh no, we are privacy concerned. Oh, what's all this like fucking, what was it called? Like it was the Bitcoin, not the cryptocurrency thing and all that stuff, right? When someone positions themselves as the good guy and wants your business, you're going to be extra critical towards those, right? And I think we are a bit the same when it comes to like computers and stuff like that. So which laptop should you get? Probably doesn't matter, right? Get what most things works. And if it doesn't work, make sure you can return it, right? If it doesn't do what you want, make sure you can return it, right? Buying a computer in 2026 though, right? With the RAM and hard drive prices is a bit like, I don't know, man. Like all my hardware is old, right? I don't go anywhere without Linux and social media for some reason. I mean, like you can have like the little pocket smart drive thing, right? So I was using that, or I was going to use that so I could just run Linux off a thumb drive on my wife's laptop. But she doesn't care about her laptop anymore. So, which is a Lenovo Yoga that runs Linux just fine, but whatever that's worth, right? Framework laptop. We paid close to $1,200 for 64 gigs of RAM. That is a lot. Framework is the only laptop that can be repaired and they will keep making compatible parts for. True. Caught in 4K. I know, runtime. But at the same time, we will hold them to a higher standard, right? You expect Framework not to screw you over, okay? What was I doing again? Was this a programming stream at some point? I think it was. So should we try to deal with that then? Why is this thing going? Well, Rensky said something 5,000 miles up in chat, and we're gonna see if we actually do any of the work on the server, right? Well, yeah, we do apply the delta to the world. I think, yeah. So we update the position, then we write this position as an entry in here. So we write the current world delta. Is what we do. And what does that look like? It looks like this. We go through all the players and we get their position. There is no reason to update the world delta, is there? Because it's already had the input applied to it. We were on Rails, on Ruby Rails. To be fair, I expect Framework to get caught in the crossfire if AMD does something stupid, but then the screws all AMD users, not specifically them. I love the idea of the Framework laptop, absolutely. And these are the kind of things that I would pay more money for, right? I will pay more money for good keyboard, decent enough mouse. I still don't know if I recommend this mouse or not, right? I had to have a Windows installation to do firmware upgrade. That is a definite not a bonus in my book, right? Meanwhile, I can just reconfigure my keyboard on Linux. The stuff runs natively on Linux, right? It's hard to say, right? I'll buy a MacBook and call it a day, but why? Why would you buy a MacBook? What's the point of a MacBook? Like I just been saying for the last 5 minutes, Apple has added 0 new things. They used to be the peak of design, and they did have some innovation, right? They really made the mobile landscape. But now, what are they offering you? There is nothing. There is nothing exciting coming out of Apple. Who even watched one of their bloody developer conference, WDC or whatever it's called, right? Who watched that these days, right? Would you buy Flux keyboard? Wixer, you get me. Flux keyboard. Let's have a look then. Okay, let's have a look. You can't run Linux on it. Asahi Linux. Asahi Linux isn't finalized though, is it? No, I would not buy this. It looks cool, but it's nothing like this could even get close to replacing my current keyboard. It's not, right? Even though it looked really cool. But I think to me, that would be more of a gimmick than anything. SteelSeries Rival 3 Gen 2. It was cheap. And I wanted a cable-less life. So I cleaned up all my cable stuff. That was the whole point of this. Right? Won't touch that. Well, Logitech was a lot more expensive and they didn't last a year. If this thing lasts a year, it's better than the G12 or 502 or whatever the hell it was, right? So, yeah. But it was cheap. And it doesn't have a cable, right? So I can have wireless controller that is wired. I have a wireless keyboard that is now wired. And I have a wireless mouse that can't be wired. No, we're not rolling it back, Ab. Logitech and Razer are also on my permanent shit list. Yeah, Logitech definitely isn't. I think anything that is a gamer brand, I am skeptical towards that. But that's just because they are gamer brands, right? I don't need some kind of high performance FPS design mouse. I need the fucking thing to go to the right when I move it to the right, and to the left when I move it to the left, right? And clicky clicky should work. That's all I ask for. And Logitech can't even provide that, right? On MacBook's pretty much the best on the market in terms of display, battery life, processors. Being as an Apple person, wouldn't get a MacBook itself because Apple's ideology. But that's not innovation, right? And I am sure that if you were to configure a high-end MacBook Pro today, you would pay through the nose, man. That ain't gonna be cheap. I don't think they are that good when it comes to display or anything anymore, right? They were, but I don't think they're any kind of pioneers at this point, right? High-end MacBooks are $7,200. Yeah, and you have to be 8 kind of fucks from Friday if you think that's a valuable laptop to buy. If you spend $7,200 on a laptop, I'll tell you this. You are in desperate need of getting rid of your money. And if you give it to me, I will do something a lot more valuable, right? I could take up smoking. Maybe we can get into heroin together. I don't know. But it will keep you out of Apple, right? I think this video will not make it onto YouTube, by the way. I think like after the recording ends, YouTube be like, yeah, we're not going to promote this, by the way. I think I looked at these in the past E3. We talked about those mice, but I don't think that they are doing anything financially favorable in my book, right? The M1 has a permanent CVE, right? The M1 has an exploit that can't be patched out. Let that sink in, right? They've designed their hardware so well that it has a permanent exploit that can't be fixed, right? You replace the switches on as a feature. That to me is, but then again, I'm not a mousy person though, right? Other than when there's large amounts of cheese around. The mouse isn't really a high priority item for me. Keyboard, yes. Chair, yes. And yet I use this POS, right? But the chair is more important than a mouse in my book, right? Yes, Rethel. Sure, why not? But there is no reason to give Apple money. Like, what is it that you're buying into? What new innovation has Apple come out with in the last 3 years that makes them worth investing in, right? You don't need a mouse if you're using Arch. That's somehow not entirely accurate. You can run KDE on Arch, but not sure why you would. It's horribly buggy. I ran KDE one day, and yeah, there's no KDE on this machine anymore. Okay, why is it being all kinds of jerky, right? Let's think on this for a second. So we apply the input. We write the input into our world state. And then we update the last frame. So all inputs have been applied, all right? We're doing netcode for a game. Good mice are all $100 and up now, and that's the new norm. But it depends on what your definition of good is, right? My criteria was a mouse that works and is wireless and doesn't feel like sticking my hand in a dog's asshole when I want to move it, right? And those are the 4 criteria that makes the mouse good in my book. So it's really hard. We probably have very different definitions of what good is, right? You could argue that half the stuff Apple innovated have become setbacks over regressions as well, but they at least were innovating, right? They at least were making something that people wanted. I think people buy Apple out of habit now, or like they're indoctrinated into the Apple landscape. But what are they actually offering you these days, right? What is the, other than you can run Mac OS, that's the only thing they're offering, right? Yeah, the laptops, at least the ones that I have, they feel good. They were like high end, but for that money, you can get a high end PC as well today, right? I want a mouse that won't die on me in under 5 years, isn't heavy, and doesn't have spyware in the drivers. Probably not going to have spyware in the drivers on Linux though, right? Because it's probably just standard mouse drivers. But we'll see in 5 years if this thing is still around. Linux board is optional because of all the onboard settings. I said it once and never run the software again. You think that software doesn't have spyware on it though, right? Hello, Chris, how you doing, right? You think that any like mouse software doesn't have spyware on it? Then you are. I mean, you might be right that they don't, but I am definitely erring on the side of caution with anything that needs bespoke software to do things, right? It's just sketchy as sin, right? For that stuff, right? Well, that only runs on Windows, right? Let's be clear on that one. Can't tell if I'm wrong with it. Any other problems I have is solved too. I don't know what we're talking about. What do people want anymore? I use all Apple and I'm not complaining. No, but what? But why do you use all Apple, right? What are they offering you? Right? A lot of it doesn't because they don't install drivers because Mice doesn't need drivers anyway. No run persistent even so. Yeah, right. Any input device. The only Apple people I know who buy it are diehard cult of Apple. They will never change and they won't even use the compute. The compute is just a mistaken status symbol, right? That's what it feels like almost, right? I see no point in giving Apple money, right? What do you get? You're paying for the form factor of a laptop, right? Because you can get just as good a display. My laptop, my old laptop that is now 8 years old or whatever, right, has a great display. Great display. The touchpad wasn't even trash, right? Which is what I expected. That's something that you did get well from Apple. But Apple makes the worst keyboards now, right? The keyboard on the MVP 2013, bloody delightful. My friend of mine who was here with his MacBook, the keys were so shit. They are so low profile, it's become ridiculous. It's like a joke. And what the fuck is up with that bar on top, right? That is nothing. It's a big, expensive nothing. And on his laptop, it keeps like flickering and having like glitches and stuff. And I'm like, what the hell is that? All right. It's rubbish. You like how your phone, watch, and computer work together without extra config, but then you are, for all intents and purposes, one of those people, right? You just like Apple, but you're not looking at the other stuff. You are happy to give them money. You like what you get, but you can't tell me that they are bringing any kind of innovation, right? You're buying them because you buy them out of habit, right? But they're not offering anything unique. Yeah, the keyboards on the MacBooks are complete and utter rubbish, right? I can't believe how you can monumentally fuck up a keyboard to that degree, right? It's just look at the Magic Mouse, right? Look at this thing. Actually, look at this thing and tell me how the fuck does that go through quality check, right? Who went through like, yeah, no, that's a great idea. How do you even justify how stupid that is, right? How do you wake up in the morning and go, listen, I got a solution to our problem. We just put it at the bottom of it, right? Oh, right. So instead of having a little notch on the front so you can use it when you're charging, it has to lay upside down like a fucked up turtle and you can't use it for however long it takes to charge. Yeah, that's my solution. I love it. Let's do it, right? All those people that thought were going to use the mouse that day? No way, man. This is such a good solution. And then someone in the back, but can't we just make a little notch up front and be like, shut up, Kevin, right? George's got an amazing idea here, right? This is pinnacle of engineering, right? Like you could have even put it on the side, right? And it would have been a less stupid idea, right? If you put the charge port on the side, it still makes it a less stupid idea. How did someone go, yeah, no, that's great. You've solved it. We're going with this thing, right? This is how we do. What even happened in that meeting, right? Gabriel, pass me the crack pipe. I'm not done having ideas. Well, the crack pipe fell on the floor. It's upside down, man. Upside down, you say? Remove that dead prostitute and give me a pad and some paper and some fresh heroin, because I got ideas now. Don't look where the current Mac Mini power button is then. Oh, I know where it is. And at least with that thing, you could make the ridiculous argument that if someone were to be near your computer and have a seizure, right? Or if Michael J. Fox tried to operate your computer, is less likely to be turned off by accident. That's like the only reasoning you can have for the idiocy. But the charge port at the bottom of the mouse, how did that go through? Didn't they? Wasn't there like one guy be like, my mouse is out of battery and I have to use it. What do I do? Are you a brokey? Are you poor? Did you learn nothing from Andrew Tate? Right? Your mouse is like your bitches. The misogyny must rule. You shouldn't have just one mouse. What are you, ugly? Get two mice. One that is charged and one that is upside down charging, right? Are you dumb? Are you broke? Are you worth less as a human? Oh my God, right? Having one, look at this guy having one mouse, man. I got a stable of mice. My wife is jealous, right? I'd be like, I just got this fucking Rolodex of mice, right? Are they all lying on their backs, right? Waiting for me, okay? Because I'm a real man with many mice. But the charge port position is stupid. You're stupid, okay? Get out of here, you brokey. Fuck off, man. Go back to Luxembourg or wherever you're from, right? That's exactly how I imagine the conversation went in the office that day when someone approved the position of the charge port, right? The design got through so many levels of approval and sitting in front of so many yeah. At some point, some fucker had carved that thing out of wood and be like, look at this thing, right? Where do you charge it? It's made of wood, man. We don't have to worry about the charge port, do we? Nah, that's never going to be a problem, right? But the sleek design, the continuous eggshell, you can't interrupt that. We look like something from Logitech, right? People aren't going to pay extra for that. It's ugly. Yeah, but it works. No, but it's ugly. We don't do ugly. That's why you're fired. Take your one mouse lifestyle and get out of here. All right? That's exactly how that conversation went. Okay. Address already in use. Fiddlesticks. We're trying to run the server twice. All right, so why is this happening? We need to print out the updates on the server and on the client at the same time, right? So let's do that. Okay, so this is the new position that we're setting for our sprite. And we're going to print out what the frame was for the position. Self.frame. No, state.frame. There we go. All right. And then meanwhile on the server, well, that's before we set this, maybe. Is this the new position that we are setting? Yes, it is. It's the position that has been adjusted following this. And that is wrong. Yeah, that is wrong. So in our input history, we've already done this calculation. But that has to happen. Look up John Ivey. Here's the reason why Apple is so ugly now. Are you saying that, well, I mean, Steve Jobs and John Ivey did a lot for Apple, right? Are you saying that because John Ivey is gone, Apple has gone downhill? Is that what I should take from that? All right, bye, Ritho. I never care. He's dead. I agree with that idea. Emperor of mankind, his ass is a golden toilet on the toilet. What? RTX Spark would be interesting, but M5 Pro and Max laptops are top notch at the minute. Well, everything is terribly expensive at the minute. So I think buying new hardware now is terrible. I think now is the time for building and working on good quality software that prepares us for this. Or to rephrase that, let's make something with what we have and not chase the next performance bump because we have no reason to have it, right? John Ive needed a Steve Jobs to project manager so he'd actually ship something somebody could buy. Without Steve Jobs, nobody at Apple was willing to tell him no, so he just kept producing the weirdest artistic expressions possible. That's fair enough. That sounds about right. But that's all right though, Chris. I mean, it's working. Rampocalypse is pretty great, my green. It does make me hostile to the hyperscalers. Yeah, I mean, so isn't the whole thing because people have bought up stock that doesn't even exist yet, right? So people have bought RAM that hasn't been made yet, right? My computer will be ancient before I can buy it, but does that matter? If we all stop now, there is no reason to buy new hardware because we write software that works on the hardware we have, right? I think this is where things are wrong. I think, no, it isn't. Because we reapply, it's not wrong. Damn. OpenAI's bought RAM with money they don't have that hasn't been made yet and may go out of business as soon as Q4 this year. Yeah. There you go. It's going to crash the RAM market when OpenAI goes under. They've been banking on money that doesn't exist and never will exist. You're assuming that they don't get bailed out or that they won't be successful then, right? P2 computers, not even joking. P2 and 500 makes of RAM. Showing your age there, Chris. They have figured out that natural language interface can bring a lot of users to cloud-dependent services, so they are using LLMs as an excuse to finally move all the computing power into rented cloud services. They want you to do all the regular computing stuff, like spreadsheet, as a tool calling from LLM, right? Yeah, but we can't work like that. We're nowhere near that, right? OpenAI won't be bailed out. They aren't too big to fail because they never succeeded in the first place. I mean, I feel like this conversation could have been had some 20 years ago and replace OpenAI with Facebook, right? Anthropic may survive. I thought Anthropic was in worse state than OpenAI, right? But yeah, I think OpenAI is they probably outstayed their welcome a little bit, though, haven't they? Because they're whole like, ooh, Sam Altman. I think the other people had turned up on the stage now that are to be reckoned with, right? Facebook didn't survive until it pivoted 4 times, ended up becoming a spy operation for multiple governments. Right, but they survived, right? Okay, so the position we apply, I wonder if all we have to do is skip that one. Let's try this, right? They have no pivot they can do with what little they have. I can't speak for that because I don't actually know, right? That one is no, that is making it infinitely worse. Maybe it's the other way around, that we need to skip one more. Yeah, sorry, I can't let that one through, Davros. LLMs don't work and the data center aren't theirs. It's all real estate game. Yeah, well, that's in everything. Hasn't it always been that, right? Always a real estate game. Okay, let's think this through, right? So we get a new position. So we set the sprite to this new position that we get. Then we go through all the... So this might be for an older frame, right? So we set the position at that frame. So we need to know what the position was for that frame on the server and what it was for that frame here. So we'll say client side frame can we maybe we can slow everything down a little bit so we can actually observe this, right? So when we write our input history, where do we write that? Here we go, right? When we write our input history, we have yet to apply anything to it. Great. So here we know the frame, client side, frame position, or I guess direction is really what we're looking at. What we're sending is a verification, I suppose. All right, we're getting a little bit off the beaten path here, right? So let's steer the conversation a little bit back into this field. Oh, you guys can continue and I can actually try to get something done, right? Okay, so the direction is going to be self input, right? So self.input. And we need the frame as well. And we're passing in the frame here. So this is client side input, which is not the same as the modified position, right? Then this is what we get from the server. Server side input or server side modified, no, moved position for a given frame, right? And that's going to be position and frame, right? Right. Okay. Now we are definitely getting into political territory. So let's pivot that conversation out of there. Okay. Let's get out of it. All right. So we're going to see what we're getting back here in terms of data. It's way too fast to actually see this. Whoops. I inadvertently closed down a window. I shouldn't. Let's bring that back up again, even though I wasn't particularly interested in that conversation. There we go. Okay, server side 0 for 236, and that is the same here. Maybe really what we need to do is only print out things that aren't 0. So if position is not equal to 0, then we want to print this out, right? And we don't care about that. And dereference that. And then on our input state, we do the same thing, right? If self.input is not equal to 0. So now we're only printing out the changes, right? So do we have frame 57? Yes. Right, that is definitely that's where it has moved. That's where it was on frame 57. We would have to apply the transformation here to know what frame 57 actually had as a result of that. It's the wrong frame, isn't it? It's the wrong frame. Okay, so that's the server frame, I think. Okay, so a couple of things that are wrong. We are sending the frame number as part of our input, but I think that we are using the server's frame, right? Yeah, we don't care about that, right? That's not the frame we're looking for. Apparently not. So when we write the current, no, that is definitely getting the player's frame. Okay, so that is the moved position then. Okay, I think maybe that's what the issue is. We're not storing the input. I mean, we are, but we're sending the position, not the input. Okay. So we are writing the client frame in there. The frame is right, but the position that we get back is not the input. Let's write the input as well into this, right? So we have the player position, but let's also write the input, which is a vector. Yeah. Oh, hang on. There's no history on the server. Although that's okay, I think. I don't think the server needs a history. So player.input is input.direction. So we should be sending that. The music. Oh, right. You guys have music? Fudge. Okay. Ah, why I disconnected? I don't get to hear the music, damn it. Give me the music, please. It just keeps disconnecting. All right, I'm not getting any music. Damn it. Working on some stupid side project and forgetting it exists. Is it while you're working on it? Because that's not funny. That's concerning. What side project are you working on? Is it the CLI thing? All right. All right. All right. Hang on. It's clearing out the noise. Oh, man, you need to turn your computer off at night then, so you won't end up in that situation. So we write the input at the time, and then we write the world state. So let's push the player input as well. And that's not what this thing should have, but it is what it's getting now. So now we actually have the input on the client side. This should definitely, possibly be written as one project with two binaries instead, right? Meow. All right, so we're sending the input. Let's have a look at the input that we're getting from the, whatchamacallit now, right? Server side input is our input with this frame. Okay, so now they should match up. So when we update our input, we are writing our frame. Let's make sure that we don't increment the frame or something clever. No, because the frame only increments on update, or rather increments on update, not on fixed update, which possibly makes more sense, but if you want sense, then get out of the stream. Okay. Frame 51 isn't even in here. I am so confused by this. And also, this is dumb. Let's try that again, because I was looking at the wrong data. Okay, now then. Frame 35, client side. We got no server side input. How? Why did we not get anything from the server? That's just goofy as fuck, isn't it? Okay, let's try that again. We are getting something off the server. I might not have waited enough for the server to come back and be like, hey, you know what I think? All right, so on the server, number 70 is the same. Okay. So here we should go back to where we were at number 70 and then apply all the inputs up until that point. So 71 and onwards, right? Which is what we're doing here. So this one should be applying input for frame. Do we even have the frame here? Yeah. And that might get a little bit noisy. Okay, let's look at the next server input. So 85 contains A3 and 0.75. Yeah. 9375. Yeah. That's definitely correct. And 88 contains 119.5. Yeah, they are correct, right? So we need to skip this and apply these three from the given position, right? Oh yeah. Okay. All right, let's run this and see what happens when we apply that input. So let's find the server. So server input, frame 27. No, we're not seeing what the input is. But 28 all the way down to 40. And then we have 41 here. And then server input 47. So we do 41, 42, 40. Where's 43? Where's 43, man? Well, okay. Now, it makes sense that we don't see all frames. That is okay. We can make this a little bit simpler if we... Oh, wait a second. No, don't wait a second. Okay. If we do the frames in the fixed update, which is not the correct thing to do, but the data might look a little bit nicer, right? Whoops. Whoops. Okay, so let's go up to here. So applying inputs. Why are we applying these inputs? So client side input 139. Server side input frame 139. And then client side input, that is correct. And then we do 140 again to 150. Okay, so we need to know where we are for a given frame. So here real-time position and then we dump the frame here. So we know where we have moved locally. So this position for this frame should match what this position is for the reported frame, right? So this is server ACK position for that. So we have done all the translations, right? And the frame is not our frame, it's the player input frame that we're looking at, right? It's just called frame. Okay, we can ignore this for now. So they should be the same. Whoopsie. Okay. Are gonna see a lot of information. But let's just go back to somewhere where we can see the server. So at frame 1, where's the server side input? There, that's it, right? For 119. Real-time position for 119 is 30. That is not the same position, is it? How are they different? How is the real-time position that does the same maps different from the server ACK position for the given frame? At least we know where the culprit is. Ish. No, that's an input. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Very wrong. Very, very wrong. An input should basically be a unit vector at most, right? That is not possible. So server side input. Oh, no, it is. Okay. So we kind of need to know where the sprite position is then. So the input and the position. We need to know both of these. Okay. The plot grows a little bit thicker by the minute. Okay. So server side input for frame 70 puts us at -49, +15. 470. That's the server ACK. Yeah, that's the right thing. Now we just have to find the real-time position for 70 and hope that it matches that. Where is 70? There is 70. That is not the same number. How? How are they so different? Hello, Nightshade. How you doing? How you doing? Good old Gil. How's it going? Oh, you having a good day so far? Why is this different? How can it be at such a vastly different position? You have no proof of that, Enrico. It could be background radiation. Don't be a dullard. Since you took your kid, I imagine it was like a violent metal concert, right? Oh, shader theory. I'm gonna assume you're doing some Duolingo thing, and that's what you're saying there. Why there's so many more client-side frames for each server frame? Because we drive the server with a lag. I'm eating the cream of ice. Oh, shader. I'm not gonna stoop as low as to make fun of that. Holy Humberstone? Not very metal. Hey, yeah, give it a chance. I did not, shader. I did not know this. Lag as in this. Hang on. It shouldn't matter how long it takes the server to send something, because we have hard coded a tick rate, right? And we're using this for our maps, right? So when the server gets all the data, it will do the same computation. So when it gets data isn't really relevant. It has the frame number. It has the current position because it's calculated that in the past. So no, shouldn't be. Are you having a stroke, shader theory? Or is this an autocorrect thing happening? They got built-in Nerf guns. Built-in Nerf guns, what? Do you know what a Nerf gun is? Look up how they breastfeed. I think maybe we won't do that on stream though, right? That will be for our Only Whales account. Okay. That makes more sense. Because I'm thinking about some nerd with a Nerf gun, right? I'm gonna go to Wales. No, the animal? No, the country. But Rensky, if I introduce an artificial lag, does that matter when we do the computation based on the frame, right? So what if the server is having a different time step if we're using the same equation? So when an input at a given frame has a given value, then it should be the same for both, right? If the server is not running at the tick rate the client thinks it should, you will see exact rubber banding you see. But the rubber banding isn't my concern. My concern is, why does the server say that we have a different output, a different position for the same frame, right? So every frame we do this calculation. We take the direction, multiply by a fixed step, multiply by the speed. This input is sent to the server along with the frame. So on frame 1, I will have added the direction and the step and the speed, right? So when the server receives the client frame 1, it does the same math and should have the same position, right? That should be, okay, good, because I'm thinking I'm going slightly mad here. So we can look at this on the server, right? So what we should see for a given frame, right? Where do we read the input? Where am I? Whose house is this? No, get out of here. So here we have the position. We have the frame. That's the input. No, it's the player. And we'll have the new position. Right, all right. I'll put that there. Private key of my homemade certificate. You guys can play with those all day long if you want. I do need to make new ones because they will expire soon. Okay, so now we can see this on the server as well. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the send world bytes thing. Okay, get rid of that. So we don't have to see that crap. Yeah. Okay, let's look at this now. We have on frame 93, then this is the new position. Where is frame 93? That is the same position, right? So this has worked for frame 93. What about frame 92? Well, they're all the bloody same though, aren't they? Because I apparently did something stupid. Okay, server ACK frame 59. Okay. What is frame 59 looking like? Frame 59, 13, 22, 4, blah, 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 yeah. And blah, blah, 97, yeah. Okay. Frame 59. No, that's right. Wait, no, that's the current position. Hang on, what? Am I writing out more information here? Or maybe it's just going on 2 lines. Hello, Yuna. Definitely sounds like a midlife crisis. But you know what? Whatever makes you happy, right? 59. Where is 59 in all of this? Wait, where is 59? It was here 2 seconds ago. Where did 59 go? Are you Scottish? You know, you're feeling Scottish today? All right. I am so confused by this. All right, let's follow this then. So on frame 18, this was our input vector, and the new position was this. Let's find frame 18 in here then. Real-time position, a bunch of 9s. 7, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 5, and then 0.5 for frame 18. That is correct. Did we get a server ACK for that? No, we get a server ACK for 20. Okay, let's look at 20 then. The input vector is 165,825. For 20, that is not right. Server ACK has a position. Okay, but it's the input I was looking for. That's the 296, 29625, 199999. Yeah, that's the same thing. Obviously, Wasabi. Well, you know, I'll tell you what, cricket is the world's biggest sports played with wooden bats, right? Like it's a more popular sport than baseball by a wide margin. Baseball is popular in the US and in Japan as well. I had access to an owner's box at Lord's, and I went there with a mate, and we were told to put our clothes back on. If we just leave the story there, it sounds a lot more interesting than it actually was, right? This is Central America? I even bought a cricket video game. Wow, you know, that is pretty something, right? So cricket, for those who don't understand the game, get yourself a towel. There is a towel. There's a towel, a famous towel with the rules of cricket. I would have thought that was gonna be cricket as explained to a forwarder. You have two sides, one out in the field and one in. Each man that's in the side that goes out, and when he's out, he comes in, and the next man goes in until he is out. When they are all out, the side that's out comes in, and the side that's been in goes out and tries to get those coming in out. Sometimes you get men still in and not out. When both sides have been in and out, including the not outs, that's the end of the game. How's that? But there is like cricket explained on a towel. And I thought that was a little bit more funny, right? As explained to a foreign visitor, but it's supposed to be on a towel, right? But yeah, it's a thing, right? It's a thing. If you don't understand the rules, I don't know if it changes how you like the game or not. Clear and concise, right? Yeah. I mean, if you're not into cricket, watching a cricket game is probably the most boring thing ever, right? But it is a vastly popular sport. Okay. Cricket explained for baseball fans. The guy. Did you guys ever watch Afterlife? there's a TV show called Afterlife with Ricky Gervais. And there's a guy in this show who streams here on Twitch. Is it David Earl, maybe? So David Earl streams cricket on Twitch, and he plays cricket games, right, on Twitch. Maybe not. I was kind of hoping we would get David Earl Cricket Twitch then, because you can give him a follow. Maybe he's not on there anymore, and that's that, right? Well, that's sad because he used to stream cricket on Twitch, right? And he did not have a lot of viewers though, right? Even though he's a famous comedian and he's been in some good shows and everything. But I think it's because he streamed cricket, right? Anyway. Where was I? We were looking at the frames. We were looking at the frames. Okay, let's standardize the output format though, so this thing is easier to find, right? So the current position, the new position, we start with the frame. Okay, so it's going to be frame, current position, new position. But new position is there we go. Otherwise, it's like Snoop Dogg playing Madden or whatever. Man, Madden, what a great game. How's the sales for that going? No, I don't know. I saw you live. I want to say hi and about my COBOL endeavors. Anyway, enjoy your COBOL and endeavor. Like whatever makes you happy, right? Whatever floats your goat. That's what you're gonna go for. Okay, and you know. So this is the new position. Yeah, because we've calculated a new position. So we're going to go with frame, current, and new. We probably need the input as well, right? So let's dump the input here. También. That's perfect, fluent Espanol. All right, input will be input of direction. Like so. Okay, on the client, we're supposed to have frame, current, new, and input. Frame, current, new, and input. Frame, current. Frame, current, and then the new position and input, which is player input, well, direction. There we go. All right. Why? Oh, that's a vector? Oh, well, yeah. Why can't you write that out? Oh, right. I did this thing again. I goofed up. Okay, now they should be the same, right? So maybe what we do is this. Okay, and then we go blah, 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 blah. Lots of jank. Okay. Let's find some. Ah, damn you. Okay. All right. Let's just start with some frames then, shall we? Okay, we're only interested where these are not anything but 0. Hello, Celestialano. How are you doing? Frame 21 seem to have interesting informations. Okay, frame 20 should have nothing. But 19 have some. But 19 is missing. Okay. Oh man, I am already flying on fumes. I'm doing something really stupid by not eating. But where's frame 19? There's 18. There's 19. Quite far down. Okay. 18 is empty. 19 has a current. Well, no, you're including too much crap. Damn it, stupid brain. All right, too much printing here. Get out of here, you printer, you. Guff. Let's do this instead. Meow. Okay. We're good? Yeah, we're good. All the way to Sunday. All right, let's go all the way up to the first non-zero frame. That would be frame 14. There you are. Okay. Current vector is not 0 for some insane reason. Why is the current position not 0? Wait. Frame client side. Why does it say frame 14 and then 0 and then frame 14 here? Is the input whack? Am I printing the wrong thing? Why does it say client side input? Fuck, why do you pollute the data, you goblin? Okay, client side, fuck you, printer. It's okay. It's okay. We got this. All right, whoop, end. Okay, our first non-zero frame here. Okay, frame 2 is non-zero. Is frame 2 missing? No, there's frame 2 with a space after, so why were you being difficult then? We're cooling, yeah. Frame 19 is after 23. Took a holiday. Food comes first. Get some ATP. Yeah. You're safe though, Karasib. Right? You're safe. Why is frame 1 not 0? What? There should be no frame 0. No. Okay, stop being weird. Frame 2, where did you go? There's frame 2. Okay, frame 2, we're looking at a new position of -1. Now that is not right. The input vector is $12. Sorry, it's $0.12. 125. So that is right. The current position. Why is the current position not 0? Wait a second. Is this the order in which we apply the frames? No, we are sending a batch of them. But wait, maybe we are popping on the server. No, we're not. Player inputs is a vec of all the inputs. And then we go through all the inputs and deal. I am so confused by this. Okay, let's have a look if the input looks a little bit sequential. Definitely sequential, right? Whoops. T-Max for the win. What is going on? Okay, let's look at the server code. When we create a player, he is created at position 0. Yeah, that's where the player lives. Position 0, vector 0. And when we create a player locally, he should also be at position 0. That's the text transformation. Don't worry about that. He's at position 0 because we haven't given him a position. He's basic. It's not his fault. But that's the sprite. Stop making sounds. Wait. Is he? Yeah. That will not have any impact whatsoever on this. Okay. Apparently my stupid hands did stupid things, and there we are. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay, current position is 0 all the way down to when? When do you stop it? 57. Okay. So from 56, okay, that's very wrong. 53. No, that's not 0. Okay, cool. 45. 52 should be 0. But they are vastly out of order. Why are they so out of order? I mean, that's obviously the issue, that they are out of order, right? $31, $32, $33, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 45, 57, 55. What? Why is 46 down here? And why is 46 not 0? It clearly is 0'd here. So there is definitely something with the order in which we read this. Okay. Okay, we need to know the batches. That's what we need to see. So on the server, whenever we get a bunch of blah blah blahs, we need to see the batches in which the order they come in, right? So this is a whole batch. and then we'll say batch for server frame. Yeah, I think this will shine a bit of light on the insanity that is this, okay? Oh, great. I accidentally copied all the chat over the input, right? And then it fucked off. I can't even get rid of it. All right, there we go. Let's run that again. Okay, let's see where this thing is going a little bit. All right, so 44 should be 44 should be empty, right? $35, $36, $39, $43, $4, $44, and then we got $50. On the server frame 26, we get frame 50. Okay, we're still on 26. And we get 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 48, 49, all on the same server frame, right? A lot of stuff happens on this server frame. 45, 46, 47, 57. There's no order to that, right? So the data is very unordered as it comes in, and that is clearly the issue, right? It would have looked better if I did that, wouldn't it? But that's a batch of inputs. Okay, so we have unordered information. All right, how does the buffer work? It has a connection somewhere, does it not? Wait, what? Yeah, how do we write the inputs? It's going pretty exciting, Phlegma. I found the issue. The issue is that the data is coming in out of order. And as a result, we are applying the inputs incorrectly. But something is writing this. We are sorting them. Okay, so we are sorting them in the wrong order. This will not help the issue. The issue will remain. But at least they should be sorted in some meaningful way, right? So if we sort our player inputs by the frame number, let's do that, right? So we have our player input here. So let's impl pimple. There we go. And we do not press time, but frame. they should never have a difference other than the frame. So sorting by frame is the only thing that we care about here. Let's look at what the output looks like now. It can still be wrong. It is still wrong. Whoops. But let's see if the order is somewhat normal. There will be discrepancies. Yep. 7, 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's not sorted in anyone's book. That's an insane person's take on sorting, right? So even though we use odd, it has no meaning. But I knew that it was going to be incorrect. I didn't think it was going to be that jacked though, right? It's out of whack. So our read call here is supposed to sort them. We can still do A and B then. And then drain inner. But whatever writes into inputs, this is the thing. The data that goes to the input is wrong. Right? It is coming in the wrong order. So input generates the buffer, but then something needs to, oh, look at that. This buffer actually filthics. It actually needs to sort by player ID and then the input, right? But here it is, right? So we do net input here. But we have not said whether this is a stream that is ordered or not. So there's no ordering on here. And we're just using a connection. When in reality, this net input, we're going to make this net input be a little bit ding dong first, right? But we get a receive stream here. We don't want a basic receive stream. We want something else. We want streams. We want this kind of stream, so we can send ordered or unreliable. So right now we're most likely sending unreliable, but we want to send ordered. So it's not the buffer that we need to deal with. It's the sending side. It's the client that needs to send data correctly. So let's go to main. Let's find our input and let's find the input RX, which probably does the writing. Okay, client net buffer has a connection. And receiver is the RX. And if data serialized connection, here we go. We need to make a new output stream here, which is a stream new. And what stream are you? You are that stream. Can you make a new one? Yeah, you can. No, you can't, but you could. So we're going to have an output stream here. That is not how you should write this, but that's fine. Streamy-leamy. All right, and then you look like that. Oh. What are you generic over then? Surely this doesn't do... Oh, right. So what kind of stream do we have? An ordered or an unordered one? So we have to specify what that is. So let's say that we have an ordered stream here, right? Now we can do that. Mismatch type. Yeah, okay, because I swapped those around. But that means that I have... No, I don't have to do anything on this side. Okay, back to where we send here. all this can be taken care of by the stream. So we do self.stream.send, maybe? Right. Oh, what the flip do you want then? Output stream, you nerd. Okay. Now go to where the error is. Send. Okay. Would it be worse to use a Unix timestamp to sort? It wouldn't do anything. A number is larger than another number. That's all there is, right? Unix timestamp will give you some kind of chronological sort, but it wouldn't be the difference. We might as well, for that, we might as well use an atomic usize that we increment, right? Okay, so we have a payload that we're sending. So we're going to call send, which should do a write all. That's a bug. And what are we sending? The payload. What you sending? The payload. To. Oh yeah, we need to pass in the connection as well. Guff. We are not opening a stream here, so we're just gonna pass in self.connection here. And then we can get rid of this. And this. It's a lot smaller than it was last time I looked at it. The stream, I mean. Okay, now this thing should send the data demanding ordered nonsense, right? So we should do something like run ordered, run unordered, right? So let's call this run ordered. Just is a dumb name, but otherwise I will never remember it. Okay, we're on the client now, or in the client. Either way, it's not going to sound great. That's why I can't work in consulting anymore. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. Smooth as a Smoothosaurus Rex. Look at that. That is with reconciliation. So the reason reconciliation didn't work is because we keep getting the wrong data. Now we seem to be getting no data, by the way. I don't think it works. I don't think we ever get... I don't think that worked, okay? I was excited, but I was excited too quickly. I don't think we're ever getting anything back from the server. So if we look at the game, and we look at what the server sends back to us... Where's the server? Where are you sending things, server? Here we go, right? Here. I don't think we're ever going to see that. We are getting some data, but it is wrong. No, we got lol server here. Okay, maybe no. Okay, wait, is it working or not? Make up my mind. All right, let's go to the server. Maybe we're just not printing out what is happening. No, we are definitely printing out what is happening. We got one frame from the server. And it was basically nothing in there. So I think in my excitement. Oh yeah, like I've left some hacked stuff in there. Whoopsie. Okay, no and no. Okay, how is that allowed to be in there? And that should be right all. Good grief. Okay. We'll try that again and see if the server gets anything. There's nothing coming through from the server. At least it looks good. There's nothing coming through on the server. I don't know. I don't wanna be buried in a server cemetery. Okay. We get no data here. The sorting doesn't really matter. As a matter of fact, this should no longer be sorted at all. So this is meaningless. but we're not getting any data over to the server all of a sudden. Where is this sudden data not coming from? Oops, that's the wrong thing. Is the bot still alive? It is. All right, good bot. Or that. What a flex that is. Good work, Enrico. That is now meaningless. Because you've been ignoring me in the morning, Nightshade. And I have not seen any Balato posts from you in a while. So I'm thinking that you're losing your faith. As you should, man. It's your right. Why are we only getting one player input? Okay, let's look at the net buffer because I clearly goofed that up. So we write all and then we close the stream. Send with priority, call send. Wait, this is the wrong stream. Wait, what stream am I using? Why are there so many streams in this project? Why are there two here? Is that true though? Zodiac. So you get to start with the telescope, so you can definitely favor the late game hands pretty early on. So you end up playing maybe high card or pair. Bang out a couple of straights and flushes in the first couple of antes, and then just move over to pair. Get a scoring joker, and then move over to pairs, right? Tarot, planet, and overstock. Right? Oh yeah, you can overstock as well. Damn. I'm so tempted to just install it and have a few runs, but that would end poorly for me in my productivity. Don't do it. No, I'm getting way too much done here. But we have the connection and we have the streams. I think we need to get rid of streams here. Okay, they didn't even do anything, right? They were all gone, right? Hello, Capsy, how you been? Where have you been? What are you doing that's so much more important than hanging out with your chads? Okay, let's see if we see a bunch of done spam here. Oh, what have you been celebrating? I'm not seeing any done spam here. I see one. Subtract. Overflow. Time. Look at my viewer numbers, Enrico, and then take those viewer numbers and remember what they were like when I was doing FreeCAD, and I think that will answer the question. I'm good, mate. I'm good. Should I fight my license, design, learn FreeCAD on my own though? Yes. I'm happy to help you with FreeCAD though, but I can tell you that of the 153 people that are watching right now, only 3 people want to see FreeCAD, and you are all those 3. I know D3. I'm just so caught up in this. I'm breaking this, and I think it's in shared. Where are we possibly subtracting when it comes to time? I don't count. You could count, Scott. I've seen it. You should become a lemming after 4 hours and start hallucinating. Yeah, but I am consuming a lot more carbs and stuff these days. So there is a method to the madness, though, right? But somewhere we are breaking. So what we're going to do, we're going to do something kind of gross now, because we want to know where this is failing. And debugging async is super fun. So we're going to give it a try. So we'll say R break on Rust panic, and then cont. Okay, so now we have stopped here. We're just going to walk the stack back up and try to make sense of half of these. Wait, take a nap is what's failing? Run ordered. What's the rate on the client net buffer? So 20 milliseconds. Oh, right. So that means that this took longer. This took longer than 20 milliseconds to do. That is us. Oh my word. Yeah, we'll probably raid him when we're done. I was supposed to do a co-stream with him. We talked about this the other day. When should we do that? Should we stream with Christoph? Maybe tomorrow. I'll ask him. We'll take a couple of hours break from the game, right? Hello, Wallard. How you doing? Okay, if the data is empty, is not empty, serialize it, send it, and then wait. So this send should write all. Yes. So this is taking longer than 20 milliseconds. That is just insane. How can that be? And what is it that takes time? Is it that we're filling up this queue? We are possibly writing too much data into the queue because of the server lag. Maybe that's what it is. So we don't drain the queue fast enough. And the fact that it's unordered definitely, unbounded probably does not help. Let's make it bounded instead. Let's find this input sampler. Input, I bet you this thing is unordered. Where do you come from? Calling connect on unbounded. Mother of 5 children. Ugh. Okay, so there's nothing handling that pressure. It's just going to get more and more data in there. All right, let's do this then. A bounded pair with a maximum of 100,000 inputs in there. Let's see if this thing, well, no. 100. Let's see if this thing makes it possible to see the done code now. No, we still only get one. Biscuits. So we're saying that a maximum of 100 inputs in the queue, right? All right. Since this thing is panicking, let's just print out how much time has elapsed when we get here, right? And this thing will panic if more than 20 milliseconds have passed. Now became ow. Can you... break so we can look at this? 27 milliseconds. What is it that takes 20 milliseconds here? Let's see how many values we are pushing, right? I think the number will be unpleasant. No, one? Get out of here. One input? Okay, let's put another one here just to look at how much time has elapsed. I think maybe this bullshit takes time. I think this is the a-hole. How you doing today, Olad? You good? 6 microseconds. 6.6 microseconds. And then the next one. Okay, we're doing the clever thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Let's see what this looks like. I think this is it. It's been a rough Monday. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, mate. Too late to become a nun? Oh, it's always too late to become a nun, right? Being a nun became unfashionable a long time ago. Oh, look at that. We go from 1 to 5 because the data is empty. Well, let's find a 2 in here. That's 19 microseconds for 2. And then we serialized the payload. That took 20 microseconds-ish. And then we send it. Wow, that took a freaking forever. Why does this take so long? We have the payload, right? That's disgusting. That is absolutely revolting. I appreciate that we are not doing this with we're not doing this with a release build, but still. I think that might be a little bit problematic. Yeah. I think maybe we need to drop this part. We'll see. We'll see. I think this is maybe the culprit. But we're about to find out. Let's look for the inner 1. 4. Everything's good up until 4. Where's inner 5? Yeah. Okay, so that's the issue, that we're waiting for this to finish. I don't think we need to when we go to write all. So if we take that out and then we get rid of all this guff now, because we know what the times are, we can do the maths, right? We could add some countermeasures here, meaning if now elapsed is larger than self rate, then maybe we are well, I don't know what we're gonna do then. That shouldn't happen, right? But okay, let's see what this looks like now in terms of what we get on the server. We're still not getting anything. So okay, we're not out of the woods yet. We got down to frame 16. And this is this ordered? Why do we get frame 14, 13? Why do we get 4 and 5 and 6 here? Here's a panic. Beautiful. Shared net mod 126. Oh. Okay, so what effectively happened there is our buffer is too small, right? That means that we have read more data than we could fit in the buffer, and that shouldn't happen either. It sure is. Self buffer. Where do we create a new one of these though? Okay, how do we get a net input? We have a buffer size specified in the TX. No, we do then we call net input. Where do we call net input? On the server. Okay, we give it 8 times as much size then. If it still goofs out, then what? Address all, am I on the server still? Yeah, try to run the server twice. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Whoops. That is definitely the wrong numbers. Okay. So we are doing something very spectacular here. All right. The new position has just gone insane. How? Maybe we're not. Look at this. We got frame 1 again. Maybe we're not draining the stuff that we read into the buffer. Could that be it? But these are at least like very manageable problems, right? These are just chase down stupidity, nothing else, right? So we make the buffer and we write into the buffer. Where do we do that? Somewhere. No, that's different kind of buffer. We've invented so many exciting things here. Yeah, this artificial lag, maybe this one is being a little bit problematic, but I don't think that's the issue. Oh, damn it, you can't run that twice. Yeah, there we go. No, then it stops, right? So we get up to frame 133. And I think we're going to see these frames repeating over and over and over again, right? Yeah. So we are not ejecting anything out of the frame, right? So we read player input, but we're supposed to drain, right? So something we load and then read. Yeah, load should populate all the data that is sitting inside the RX, huh? The hoodoo voodoo that you do sometimes, people. Inputs read. This is draining. Let's rename you to drain because that makes more sense. Okay, so what do we have in inputs here? Let's do this. Inputs. All right, let's see what we get here. I think the value should just go up and up, right? Man, I can't even see that anymore. It's so... yeah, that so something, I don't know if this is on the client or on the server, but we are just filling this thing up with crap. Wait, what? Why does it say? Because I didn't save it. All right, let's turn this off. It's gonna make it a lot easier. No, that looked fine. No, abort, you dang dong. How are we ending up with running out of space? These are perfectly valid numbers. That just means that we've run out of buffer space again. I think most of this is actually there now. We just need to get the data out of here. That should be a try receive, yeah? Yeah, so we're trying to grab what's on there and push it into our inner. So somewhere we're reading the data. We're giving it a massive buffer now. Like, that's 800 kiloblobs. Let's see how long until it breaks. And then it just disappears. Okay, it seemed to be okay with that many But look at all this freaking data. We are far away from everything and then some. Okay, let's tune this a little bit, shall we? So 8 is not enough. What about 16? Is 16 gonna be enough? Let's see if we can get close to something. No. So it definitely seems like it is just... No, what is it that it's doing? Why is it running out of inputs as well? Why is this vector so freakishly large? The server is giving us something new, but it's way too much data. As in, rather, the scale is too large. Okay, so frame... Okay, so this is not the issue. The issue has to come from here. When we get the sprite position, it has to be wrong here. Because all of this is right. The new position is fine. The input is fine. And then here, this is where it goes insane, right? This input does not match this output, yeah? If you have 1.7 and you multiply that by 0. Well, no, because you have to multiply it by the speed. Hello, Scene. How you going? No, it shouldn't escalate this quickly, right? So 7 goes to 22 all of a sudden. And then 22, 30, 50, 69, 84, 98. We're going to get into 200 soon, right? Although it doesn't look too bad. Except when it does. Oh, look at that. Yeah, there's definitely... Okay, I see where the issue is, right? We are loading too much data. Let's turn the lag off, right? Let's turn the lag off from the server. And let's see if this thing actually fails again. Okay, it's going to be a little bit temperamental, I suppose. No, why is it moving so vigorously? And now it's crashed. Oh, wow, it really crashed. Yeah, okay. New job after lunch. Hopefully they paid for lunch though, so you get to enjoy that. Is congratulations in order? I never know. I never can tell, right? Because sometimes be like, yeah, I got a divorce, and like, what is that? Congratulations or sorry for your loss, right? I don't know. Yes, please. All right. Congratulations to Scene. Whee! Good work. Turn up for a new job day 1, 2 IPO, 3 quit, cash out, golden parachute. All within 1 week, right? Okay, I think we are looking at the data not traveling the way it should travel. I think either I started working at a pig farm. I thought I'd be chilling with pigs, but the condition was inhumane, so instantly I just quit. Wow. That doesn't sound good at all. That sounds bad. Really? Well, that doesn't sound good at all. How much data are we pushing? Well, we have the counter, so we know how much data we're pushing. It is not, baby. Wow. Also, like, wow. We are sending way too much data. And we're getting data back from the server, so that's okay. But let's see what we got here. Yeah, you can see that, right? It's obvious what is happening. Whatever we're sending, we're not draining it, right? Oh my god, it's so obvious now. Okay, all right, sorry. Something stupid. If the data is not empty, then we serialize and send it, but we don't drain it. So cells of data that clear. That is where the issue is. The ordering issue was the way we constructed the quick streams, right? So we never gave it an ordering. We just did the quick thing, right? Cheese. And then I was sending the input data, but I never cleared it after I sent it. So I kept sending all the data all the time. It just was more and more and more data. So let's see if we can get our LOL server back up again. And this is the interesting one. Every time we get this, we get a correction from the server. And when we get a correction from the server, if we don't observe the correction, everything is great. Let's add our lag back. Lag. Okay. We only care about if self.inputs.length is or larger than 0, right? Because we don't want the noise. Okay. And run. And client. And run. And see if we... Okay, we are getting a lot of inputs and a lot of corrections from the server. But how does he move? That is smooth. That is buttery smooth. And this is happening over the network. This guy is moving over the network with a lag of 150 milliseconds. Let's make the lag worse. I don't know where we will start to see this, all right? Lag. 450 milliseconds, right? Did I? Oh, you got audio? Yeah, that's not entirely unsurprising. That is a lag of 450 milliseconds. Why are we sending so many inputs though? Oh, yeah, because we're waiting for them to come in. But this is wild. Okay? If we truly want to see how awful this is, okay, let's do this. Okay, there's one client. Here's the other. This is what the lag looks like. They're in the same place, but this is what it looks like on the other client. And if we go here, we can see this. Oh man, I can't believe we're pretty much there now. Oh my God. Okay. That takes care of client on server, on client prediction and server reconciliation. The only thing that we have left to do now is, well, the one thing that we need to do, Prozac, is interpolate the client, right? I'm gonna go and eat some food because I'm really hungry and now I'm really chuffed about this. Okay, so we're almost there, right? We're gonna do interpolation between the previous frame and the next frame for the Val, Carol, for the what? Remote players. Okay, sorry, my brain is definitely on a holiday now. So we need to do interpolation for the remote players, and then we should have everything we need. So we can delete all this and write it again. But this time, we're gonna take what we learned from this and put it into a nice little shell that we can just write the code around to do what we want to do. Share the world, right? Server and client needs to both do the same thing, and it has to be deterministic. So the collision resolution, the physics on the server and the client has to be the same. Right? That's going to be interesting, right? So physics on the server and the client, sharing the game world, simulating the game world for the player on the client, running the whole game world on the server, only running it for the player on the client against the past state. And then any action that we take against another player should be played back on the server one frame in the past. So on the server, it should have happened before it happens, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, one last thing to check. What if we do something insane in the mainframe, right? Let's run our fixed step 10 times per second. This should be really janky though. We should be able to observe the jank. Yeah, we can see the jank. So we need to do some smoother interpolation here between this, right? We should definitely be able to run this and then see it smooth. And for that, we need to store a history, right? So we'll have the we'll have the current position and the previous position. Now we have to interpolate the value here before we do anything. We're going to do self.cur is this. Okay. Whoops. Oh, that still worked somehow. Magical. Right. And now, between these two very slow frames, we have to loop the value, right? So we have to update the sprite position, not in here. Hello, Bedro. It's going great, mate. It's going great. So let's grab the sprite in our update function. Oh, look, there it is. Sprite is going to be a, well, okay, apparently I had already written that. I don't think the fixed step is the right thing here. I think maybe this is right. All right, let's see this. Now, if this works, then I'm chuffed. Look at that. How smooth is that? We are getting the position from the server and we're running this 10 times per second. That's how slow this is. And look how smooth that guy, then come over here. Look how smooth that is, right? That is just wild. I am so chuffed about this. Thank you, Karatype. Right. That means that they go, I think actually the alpha value could be replaced with a fixed step. Let's try it. I think so. It cannot. No, it's the alpha value because we're running this on the, in the game engine. So the alpha value is not the same as the fixed value. Anyway, that is completely and utterly insanely good. We could, if we wanted to, do this 100 times per second. So now we're running this faster than the render loop, and it should still look as beautiful as the day you were born. All right. All right. What is the best program to keep my program files on the same, both on my computer, up to date with each other? Git. All right. Then you're not subject to one or the other. Then you just Git. You don't have to use GitHub or Codeberg. You can use Git over SSH if you want to as well, right? rsync is another one. You can use rsync to synchronize it. But if you are if you mismanage rsync, you can ruin a lot. So I think Git is better, right? Nixos also resolves the program part. So Celeste is trying to sell you on some crack that is terrible. Do not fall for that, Scott. There is no reason for you to run Nixos. It's a terrible, terrible thing to do, okay? I'm waiting for the angry emails now. Okay, I'm done joshing with you guys now. Let's do this. Twirps. 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 My Twirps is completely broken. We are gonna raid Christoph. That's who we're gonna raid. Okay, I will be back tomorrow and it's gonna be amazing. Then we have this now. We just have to solve the interpolation thing. Then we have to make this generic so we can build generic multiplayer game. Maybe that's even the name of it. Who knows? Maybe you do. Maybe I do. No one knows. Okay, anyway, bye for now.